counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these girls, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. It's not me to turn and run. Met the bitter truth and I choked it down. Left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, or, whatever time zone you're watching this from. It's Jamco time, y'all. Void Series Wild Rift North American action here. And I just have to say, today is a beautiful day because I wanted to take a trip down memory lane and bring back a friend who I used to do this all the time with, which is why I have Alk Battery on my side with me. I don't know if I'm looking this way, if I'm looking this way, depending on how it's out in the stream. Wait, this way? Is it this way? Other way? Shoot. Okay. Alk is here, ladies and gentlemen. I had so much fun casting with Blam last week, or 2 weeks ago. All time has moved past. Anyway, Alk, we're casting Wild Rift again. It's like the good old days. How you doing, buddy?
I like how you started that with, I had so much fun with Blam that I had to replace him with someone new. I had to get someone new on the broadcast.
Wait,
you know, if that's how you feel about Blam, that's okay. I'm excited to be here, and and it's been a long time.
That's not what I meant.
Let's be 100% honest. It's been a long time since I've been back in the saddle, so hopefully we've got a lot of good games. I recognize a lot of the players from watching some VODs, so it should be pretty exciting. Got some new faces as well.
Yeah. I'm happy that I get to bring you back for a match that is going to involve a lot of the players that we used to cast back in the day. In fact, this is pretty much the closest thing we got to El Clasico. You know, the back in the good old days of Enemy versus Sentinels.
Wow. Okay. I'm excited. I mean, so far we've been seeing put into a lot of work throughout the bracket. They're undefeated. Rightfully so. I mean, they've kept a large majority of this roster. They've been looking incredible, and I'm just excited to see what I've missed, because I'm sure, even though although I watched the VODs, there's only so much that I could have seen. There's probably a lot of stuff that I've actually missed individually, and I'm just excited to see either I did take a look at some of the new items that I've missed. There's a lot of cool tank items for some reason, which I'm interested to see if we get any of them, and a lot of the new boots. I was not there when we got both the magic penetration and the armor penetration boots. Those are broken. Hello? What?
Yeah.
I need that in League. I need to bring that. We need to bring that over. There's a lot of stuff we need to bring over.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, that was always funny to see how that pattern emerged, that Wild Rift would introduce something cool, and then League would be like, guys, what should we do for our next pack? Hey, Wild Rift has this thing called being able to change your pick order in the draft stage. We should do that. You know, oh, they have this thing called Fimbulwinter. We should have that, you know? So maybe...
No Seraphine skins, though. We can't have those.
Nope. No, you can't have all the good stuff. You know, Wild Rift has got to have some exclusives so that, you know, people still continue playing the game. Which is, you know what? I'll give it credit. But the day that League of Legends implements a tutorial system just as good as Wild Rift's, you know, maybe League will be saved. Just maybe.
I'm just waiting for the 2 Twitter accounts. One of them is here for Jamco. We need Kiana for Wild Rift, and then I need Victor. I hope the person who runs the Victor for Wild Rift account is watching, or at least having a good enough day, because we do need Victor. I love that account, and that is one of the things that I'm like, okay, we got it. Vlad made it in before Victor. That's the only thing that's like question mark ping for me. How did we get there? There's a whole Arcane series that happened.
You know, they aren't promoting the full Arcane cast quite well. There's no Victor. There's no Heimerdinger.
True.
I'm trying to think who else hasn't made the roster quite yet, because there's Jinx, there's Vi, there's Jace.
We have everybody. We have everybody who's a champion, at least, that we got to see. Yeah.
Sheesh.
CFT's holding on to Silco, like he's returned back to the game, so like we're getting exclusives across the board. But here for Wild Rift, no Victor, unfortunately, and as long as we stay here in the game, I'm looking forward to all the new jungle champions. I know we were just talking about Volibear, but like there's apparently some Twitch. I haven't got to see a lot of Kayn gameplay, but he still looks very, very broken. So I am very excited for what we get from these two.
I will let you know right from the get-go that more than likely the jungle champions are not going to be that much different than from what you and I used to watch back in the day.
All right, cool. So I get to watch Shen jungle again. Wonderful.
I mean, it'll like last week, you know, the Volibear was like the new flavor that we got introduced just because that champion had not been released when we were playing. But apart from that, yeah, there's still some Vi. People are still playing Aatrox. People are still playing, I think there is a Lee Sin as well. Like, you know, you got the classic bruisers in there.
Yeah.
So,
okay,
yeah,
Rafa, like I have to ask, because we don't have our analysts on yet, and so they can't dispel the holy gospel. Is Lee Sin the tech? Is Lee Sin the GOAT right now?
Well, so the funny thing is that for a long time, Lee Sin was super nerfed, and then just recently, Lee Sin got buffed.
They gave him some buffs. Yeah, I saw that.
So I wouldn't take my word to say that he's the GOAT jungler right now, but I was playing some Wild Rift ranked and 100% win rate. Granted, you know, I'm still climbing through the lows and trying to get back to where I was, but you know, over I'll have to check again, but at least it's like 10 or 11 games. I haven't lost a single one yet, so you know,
That's what I'm seeing. I watched some. I was able to pick up on some Wild Rift streams. I caught on a couple of tier list videos, and now again that is for solo queue, so results
yeah.
may vary. Everyone is screaming Lee Sin, so I'm looking forward to if we get that, especially since Molly's going to be playing an old favorite.
Mm.
Get some fun Lee Sin games, dude.
Now the real question is, Dimitri,
Okay.
do you know who is the strongest just champion overall in the game, based on what you've been able to find?
I feel like it's a mid laner or a bottom laner. I don't know. I cannot give you there's a lot of champions I'm trying to think about, and I
So
don't have that on.
it
I don't have
in
a full grasp.
yeah. Now, it's been 2 weeks, so maybe there's a patch that dropped. But
Okay.
from what I remember, people were saying that Kaisa was the strongest champ, and it was
Okay.
the kind of similar to what's happening in League, like the AP poke variant build.
Cringe.
However, Ziggs is also kind of back. So,
No, dude. No.
which is funny because it seemed like for a while, up until I came back to cast Void series, marksmen were actually viable and stronger than
So it's your
mages in the
fault.
yeah, it's my fault. My
Okay.
bad, guys.
Nice. Wonderful. I'm glad I was. I took a break. We come back, and I still have to see that damn rat, man. It's so crazy. That champion can literally never disappear.
Oh, run from it, hide from it. The Ziggs arrives all the same. As we are just about to get into the draft phase. Thank you so much, everyone, for your patience, y'all. As we were just, having a good time vibing while we were waiting for all the players to be able to hustle into the lobby. But it looks like everyone is ready to go as we are going to start getting through the draft phase for our first semifinal match. MohLIEVERS taking on Puddi. For the old school heads like me and Alec here, this just feels like another enemy versus Sentinels matchup. And between these two teams, so much history, so much on the line that it's such a shame that it's only happening in the semifinals versus the finals.
Well, look, whoever does lose today will go on to play tomorrow in the third place match. So we're not sending them off to the Shadow Realm. We're not taking them out back. We're not doing any of that. We're just, they'll be able to play tomorrow. They will still have time to kind of show up then, and maybe they give us a better game. But we still have an entire series to get through for this, and I'm very interested to see what we get from our two top laners, just because historically Hitman has always been a pretty fun top lane, a pretty fun Baron laner to watch, and
True.
MTS on the other side, throughout all the VODs, I mean, yes, this Puddi team is undefeated, but I swear every time I check like MTS's VOD, I check MTS's like individual gameplay, this guy is he's just too cracked, man. He's always
Yeah.
been a top tier Baron laner.
Yeah, I mean, this guy was someone that we were looking at even when the very, very first iteration of Sentinels back in the Summoner series in 2021. We were looking at the entire landscape of Tribe, Old Enemy, Immortals, and Cloud9. We're like, okay, who is the best Baron laner here? And there's many candidates. And while it was always Tribe and Enemy kind of duking out in the top side of the map, people were thinking, hey, don't sleep on MTS. This guy has the hands or the thumbs in this instance, and he's been able to carry it through, which is why Sentinels, it was such an important part of that roster that eventually made icons in 2022.
Were you ever able to find someone that plays Claw on mobile? Because I think it'd be really funny to watch.
I did not see someone playing
Okay.
Claw, at least not in person.
Not in person. Okay, fair enough. Mark, I have horrible news for myself. There is a new champion on my screen. I see a Horde being picked here, which I'm glad we were talking about our Baron laners, but This champion is new for me, although I know that this champion exists in League of Legends PC. So, from what I know about Ornn, from watching a little bit of videos on Ornn individually for Wild Rift, not much is different. Yes or
Mhm.
no?
Yeah.
Ooh,
And
that
I've, and
edgy
I've
Vlad.
I played a couple games on him as well. I was trying to see if I could do the Ornn combo. Um, I think it's possible. The only thing you can't do is you cannot do the R flash where you
Yeah,
you R and then flash to like hit the ulti earlier. You can
yeah.
just flash and then R so you can be closer, I guess, to get a faster cast off.
Mhm.
So um that's what it seems like. There might be other
Okay.
mechanics that we have not seen yet. But to catch everyone up on the band picks, as you already called out, Vladimir also locked in for the side of MohLIEVERS, Gragas, great flex pick. It's undetermined whether this is going to be going into the jungle or it'll be support quite yet. As Puddi are going to lock themselves down with the Outstar to match that Kaisa in the Dragon Lane.
Okay. Well, I love what we're getting from Malievers, but I'm a little afraid about what happens in the early game, right? Like Ornn, Vladimir, champions that they do have some power, but really are waiting to get a lot of those ultimates level 5 and then trying to come into team fights with a lot of presence, a lot of really good abilities. But you look on the opposite side, if this game goes a little bit later, there is some match from there. There's a Fiora that can be splitting on the side lane that Ornn won't be able to really deal with effectively, and Kaisa isn't effective enough tank buster if we really need her to be. And if we're talking about that new build or that build that you were talking about where it's the hybrid or the AP one shot, that kind of thing is very difficult to deal with if you're not on the same screen as someone. So I like what we're getting from the side of Puddi. I just want to see maybe a few more tanks. I think if we're able to round out this draft with maybe something akin to that Shen, Volibear's already been taken away, but if we get more of those tanks and maybe a little bit more, I would just like some setup for these two
Sure.
champions because Fiora and Kaisa can take over fights.
Yeah. Because it definitely seems like that Fiora would want to keep herself on the side lanes, putting pressure opposite of whatever Puddi is going to be wanting to do for a majority of the map. Ziggs being taken off the table means that MohLIEVERS are not convinced that Kaisa would be going in the Dragon Lane, perhaps, or if they even think that starting was going to look for a little bit of Ziggs mid action. Either way, both of those would have been great as two strong ranged backliners very far away from the fight, because at the moment, getting into the faces of Vladimir and Gragas is not a fun time for
Yeah.
Puddi's backline.
All right. Vi, I feel, is going to be a bit homeless this game. So be very careful if you're playing Dragon Lane. Dienzio, I salute you. You're going to be getting Vi ulted almost every single time. I don't think that there's valid targets so far for the Vi.
Oh,
Oh my god. Okay.
oh,
Well.
it's that jungle. Or
Oh
maybe no,
my
no, no.
god.
Yeah, wait, no, because Gragas has to go support. Oh my god.
All right. Cool. Alpha, you've been I know you've been trying to push this for a really long time on League PC to mixed success. Is there anything I should know or maybe the viewers should know about this Zed jungle?
No, it's about the same.
All right, cool, man. All right, nice, nice, great, cool, great, awesome. Glad we got through that one.
I will say, the funny thing about Zed Wild Rift versus League Zed is that when they buffed Zed in League to make it so that he could jungle, like they're like, hey, we want Zed to be able to jungle, and so they gave him the ability that his passive would not have a cooldown on jungle monsters. From what I played him, that doesn't even exist. Like Wild Rift didn't intend for specifically, oh hey, yes, we want Zed to be jungle. People were just like, wait, we can make that jungle because we can make anything jungle because, you know, Wild Rift is awesome like that. And the first time I saw that was even a possibility, a reality, was I want to say jungler Andres from Team Queso over in the EMEA region. So that was one of the things I was like hyped up about when I was doing my prep for icons. But on the other side, Jace the classic for starting. He kind of mollywopped some people a couple weeks ago on this champion. So
Yeah.
we're gonna see if we can do it again. As it kind of follows what Puddi are looking for with that long range poke, as we saw from the Kai'Sa lock-in as well.
I am interested to see what role Zed will play in this game because I think he does have a bit of a different job compared to the rest of his team. Corki can poke out. You have Gragas who can be that engaged, but also can play a little bit of a flex role by going engage. We're already talked about how Ornn and Vladimir really want fights to go a little bit longer and for them to use their ultimate abilities. Whereas you look for Zed just kind of wants to go in. I wonder if Zed is going to be playing a similar poke role to something like the Corki, but has the ability to actually finish off kills. That'll be a really cool way of kind of changing the identity of how you really want to be able to find good marks for Zed. And if he gets off to an early start, if he's able to kind of power farm and get himself a couple of items, this could be a little worrisome as he can take care of starting or Gume.
Man, it's so good to be back, Alec.
You know, I'm still trying to knock off the rust, and I'm gonna be honest, Twitch chat, if you hear me say something wrong, just point it out. Let's get it out of the way, and hopefully, you know, I can do a little bit of learning, and I can say that Twitch chat was an important part of the broadcast, which is not always the case, especially over in League PC.
And don't worry, Chad, that won't apply to me. I'm just kidding. No.
Yes.
Same thing applies to me. I'm still catching up on some Wild Rift, even though now I've had like a 2-week head start. Oh man, the nice thing about Wild Rift as well is just how fast the game pace is we're already going to be approaching that 125 scuttle crab spawn timer. So far, with Filet-O-Fish pathing towards the top side of the map, there's could be possibility for some skirmishing here in the river, but it looks like he's going to get here first. No contest for Molly.
And Molly now actually has a bit of a lead here, as you already see 2 camps above his counterpart. He will have access to kind of go for whatever dive he wants. Good use of the sweeper to make sure that he's not getting spotted on vision. They should know, you already see the pings coming out. Zed is probably going to be on top side. They know both junglers have now pathed up to this side. Now Filet-O-Fish does have 2 options here. Can back, try to finish off some items, or go to the other side of the map and try to look for a gank, try to look for some his camps that are going to be respawning. That'll be really cool to see, as Molly just straight up books it straight to the bottom lane. Is going to grab the scuttle, and he's here for a potential fight, which we see here. All right.
Jackie. Oh, that was a couple summoner spells burned by Jackie here. Almost was in a bad spot. Dienzio popping the heal to make sure, or I guess barrier. Make sure that they weren't in a wide heap of trouble. That's not barrier either. I'm having a dyslexia moment. Exhaust.
There are no barriers in this game, so yeah. I think we just... Is this barrier in the room with us right now?
Well, still thumbs up. Lemon almost critically taken down. Filet-O-Fish could not get in range. The flash would have not been able to secure the kill as well, so both Lemon is going to get out, as well as Jackie. It looks like actually Jackie's going to stay to make sure that Dienzio can get this wave pushed in and look for a reset together.
Yeah, I mean, Gume has level 5. That's always going to be something you have to worry about. The Kai'Sa can reposition. You have so much literal killer instinct in that matter. Versus a Corki, who does kind of either want to go for a poke or wait for fights to go a little bit longer. I love that Lemond is already here in mid. We'll be hitting level 5 soon enough, so that ultimate is coming soon. Starting in a bit of trouble. Seems like he's going to get out. And Molly's here. Everybody's mid lane now. We're all here. We're nay-ramming it fast.
Thought I just saw a flash there. Everyone was getting super crazy there. But nice flash from starting. Is able to escape the death mark from Filet-O-Fish. A couple ultimates already burned in that exchange, though, as they look for another one. Jackie, no summoner from before, and starting, and Lemon, remember, Puddi are going to be able to pick up first blood.
That goes over to Lemon, so a little bit of gold in his back pocket, but getting good success here from a couple of the mid plays. This also still opens up. Wow, that is a really long Vi ultimate.
Hitman using the flash, bringing Molly all the way over under his tower, but Cosmic was not able to get there in time to look for a real punish. Because Vladimir is not at the point where he would be Omega strong. But once he gets there, Dimitri, Vladimir, this champion does freaking damage.
Yeah, that's always been Vladimir though. It's like, can he actually be useful? Are all the spells landing? How much of a backline threat you can be? Wanted to talk a little bit more about that kill in the mid lane. It opened up 2 separate plays for our mid laners here. We saw immediately the Vladimir moves up into the Baron lane. We saw Starting take his recall, and again allowing for more priority for Gume and Levmon to play through the bottom lane and set up so much of this. Because Molly made that play top lane, he goes back, he hits bottom lane, he goes towards the dragon lane, and now they're already here for this dragon that's going to be spawning. You see Molly's already in position. I wonder what Filet-O-Fish is going to be able to do because the Rift Herald is spawning. It seems like their option is going to be starting this objective. I was wondering, maybe are we going to be looking for something top, get Thorn to move on down, but we're still contesting this dragon.
The Black Code of Doom sent Cosmic into almost imminent death, forced to flash over. Jackie tried to throw him a solid one, and it also went into the pit before he was forced to flash as well. At least they found out that they were doing the dragon, as the rest of their team committed to the Rift Herald. They're going to try to break this mid tower.
Okay, now with this Rift Herald, you kind of put yourself a little bit on a clock. You are getting a lot of mid priority by being able to open up this turret. But we need to see them kind of find more picks, specifically try to track where Molly is, because wherever Molly isn't, I think is a good spot for them, especially because we were talking about having all those ultimates.
Nice cast from Jackie, and that's going to be enough, paired with the damage from Cosmic. The Starting goes down.
That's a good find. Remember, when they can find picks, when they can grab gold individually, I think that this is a good place to be if you're the MohLIEVERS. But you do not want to get into a position where you're behind on gold. Obviously, when you're behind, you're just going to feel a lot weaker, but it's in these individual picks, especially with a Gragas, that is something you want to try to leverage when you have a champion that has so many different crowd control abilities. As I say that, immediately gets taken down, and they might even be able to go for this dive.
The pool is going to give Cosmic some time. Filet-O-Fish is here for the counter as well. No, still a couple minions, but Molly's forced to flash, but the death mark should be the end of him on the back end of it.
Yes,
as
yo.
going to flash in, looking for the kill on Nagume. And oh boy, MohLIEVERS are on the board with 3.
And right there is one of the reasons why Vladimir is so difficult to deal with, especially under a tower. He's able to use his pool, and suddenly you're not able to deal with this champion. Now, Starting did get a lot of good damage onto this mid lane turret, but in the dragon lane right now, they're just going to take all of these plates, all of this turret, and now they've gotten a really big setup on the dragon side of the map where, hey, Hitman, he's doing fine right now. He's actually able to get away from MTS's ultimate. And so now we're going to potentially see from the side of MohLIEVERS is play through this dragon lane, potentially start to stack some of those dragons, and they can start to invade for some deep vision onto this side of the jungle.
And you know what's crazy here, Alec, is when we looked at a majority of the Void series, it seemed that Puddi was not going to have a worthy challenger. And then 2 weeks ago when we saw their last matchup, they cleared their opponents insanely fast. By this time, they were racking up a huge gold lead. This is MohLIEVERS coming in with a solid 2,000 gold lead. Yeah, it's very marginal at this point, but this is the closest match that we've seen against Puddi in the tournament so far.
We need to see them all close out. That has been kind of like the crux of like every single amazing team in Wild Rift. When we talk about like specifically North America, there was that Sentinels roster where it was this lineup, but with Glaciax, right? Yeah, like Zello and them, and they were winning every single game when we were talking about that for the Riftmaster series. But hey, and teams sometimes got gold leads, but they couldn't close out games versus this team. And now we're gonna potentially start to see this as ultimates are flying on through.
Venn diagram of doom, collisions allied, and Molly is the one that falls, as Dienzio is able to rally the troops here for a ton of CC and a ton of damage. Filet-O-Fish going in onto Gume, and that death mark proved to be huge. Gume goes down as well. Levmon is able to find a response onto Jackie, as Dienzio and Hitman are still alive as they flat on in. Oh, but Levmon goes into the tower! We're starting, they're able to find a response onto Dienzio. Well, that was a surprise for sure.
Okay, look at what's happening across the map right now. MTS, he went into the Dragon lane, wasn't able to find much success. The Vlad was there, the Vlad left, so MTS couldn't actually find a fight, and they're just avoiding some of the stronger members or overloading that side like we saw here in the Baron lane. By finding all those picks, it was a great re-engage from Lemon to try to even up some of the kills, but you look across and top lane the Baron lane turrets are still available for themselves. They're pushing very hard onto the bottom side, and so now it's allowing for MohLIEVERS to say, hey, look, you have to answer these waves. Now you're gonna have to force us on uneven footing. Ultimates are all available, but my eyes are gonna be on these summoner spells as Danzio gets caught right before the objective.
That package is not going to save you this time, unfortunately. The CC layering was too good for Puddi. That is a bad time to be going down as the fight just might continue. Filet-O-Fish forced the flash. Hitman coming in with the call. The force got good knock up here as he can find another one into the heart of the fight. Molly's getting knocked up as well. But without Denzio, without Cosmic, there's no real damage to follow up onto the fight. And no one goes down from Puddi.
That should have just been them backing away from this objective. I think MohLIEVERS getting too lost in the sauce for this moment, so it's going to be a second dragon going over to the side of Puddi, and now they have access to this mid lane turret. It's not very healthy either, so they can just walk up to this objective after this next wave, after they take their reset, and that I feel like is kind of that swing that we've been talking about. And now MTS got alone time. This is the most important part that we haven't really got to see during this game on the Fiora, is him actually able to sit in a side lane, be a threat. It has been all these different fights happening on opposite sides, and Molly just goes right in and tries to fight Filet and is not able to grab that kill.
Oh, that was such great timing on the shadows there from Filet-O-Fish, waiting until the very bitter end before blinking back out. But now, unfortunately, it looks like Cosmic was left on the other side as he goes down. No.
Oh my God, Gume!
Under the tower, doesn't give a damn, but there is one right there to begin with as he finds Filet-O-Fish on the back end. Just like that, game is still even, but kills are being amassed by the side of Puddi. That seems that momentum is finally finding their stride.
It was that one fight. They got 2 picks. They got a dragon, and now they got 2 of the outer turrets that were standing here for the side of MohLIEVERS. And hey, we talked about they can scale. They have that ability on the side of MohLIEVERS, but when we look on the opposite side towards Puddi, you still have incredibly strong champions. 2 Muramanas are now finished here for starting in Gume, and they're just getting more and more items. MTS is going to be finishing his second as well. And it's only going to get tougher, and so they need to be very, very picky about which fights they're going for, who they are engaging on, and making sure that Danzio and this Vlad can actually deal damage, because they weren't there. Vlad got immediately deleted right after Danzio did.
The members of MohLIEVERS are getting popped like balloons out here, Alec, and as you called out, this is the time where Puddi are starting to hit those important break points. The mid game super strong, as soon we'll be heading into that late game portion where we'll be fighting over that 3rd dragon. The Baron has also spawned at this time. If a fight goes awry for MohLIEVERS, it would be incredibly easy for the Puddi squad to be able to burn down that Baron.
Yeah, this game is in a bit of a precarious situation for both teams. Like you were saying, that Baron can open it up for MohLIEVERS to be able to grab this, but picks like these, and especially when we're using ultimates like this, it does open up a small window here for Puddi, who should not be considered slouches in this manner. They're going to grab this mid-tier 1 and immediately find an exchange.
And it just doesn't stop here. Puddi sees one target. They eliminate Jackie, almost taking out Filet-O-Fish and Danzio on the back end of the other one. Cosmic able to escape all the damage thanks to that pool. But Puddi got what they needed. MTS, meanwhile, still keeping up the pressure, as now they're going to start doing the dance to Baron.
Okay, and you saw how they found that fight. One thing I will say is Vladimir, unfortunately, was not able to deal that deeps that we were looking for, so it's all about that target acquisition and maybe coming in from a different flank angle. That's maybe something I want to see as this game is going to start to get out of hand very quickly. They're going to come off of reset. They are all redeploying at the same time back out onto the map after fixing some of these waves. So now what I want to see from MohLIEVERS is, if we're talking about a comeback, is we need to get deep vision. We need to make sure that we're looking for flanks, looking for creative angles that'll kind of throw off the front line, because right now what we're seeing is all 5 members are walking into each other face first, and we're doing that front to back style, and that's really good when we have stuff like this Jace and this Kai'Sa who can reposition.
Jackie was looking for a pick, but there's no pick to be found except for his ass that gets taken out of the fight. Hitman also looking for the call of Portugal, but the exhaust is just taking him out of the game. And Dienzio, I don't know where he can go. He's going to run to Cosmic, but Cosmic just gets there just to see him die. And this looks like the final push out. If Cosmic goes down, there'll be no one else left to defend the base of MohLIEVERS.
Okay, there's the last couple outer turrets. We've got Dragon Lane bottom tier 2, but it's the inhibitor turrets that we're going to start to knock on for the side of Puddi. Rafa, it was just too early for us to call. We knew it in our hearts. Puddi, they've been undefeated so far throughout this bracket, and it looks like they had some trials and tribulations throughout the mid game, but really it just doesn't seem like much is in their way. They're going to grab the third Drake as well and try to clear out this game. Puddi making a very convincing run all the way to the grand finals after this.
May have called it a little early, but it does seem like the dominoes are set in place, as you called it, Dimitri. The third dragon of the game being taken. I did want to ask, because I myself don't know, or I don't remember, why is the shield there for the Nexus? What triggers the shield?
It's like an initial shield. If I remember correctly, it's like supposed to stop like the game immediately ending if there's like a couple people alive. It's similar to like with minions and turrets, where the turret takes less damage if there's minions nearby. But I could be wrong. If that's how I'm wrong, then know what the Nexus turrets, you can keep your secrets. I don't know.
Huh.
Okay. Oh my god.
Interesting.
Cool.
Got a little word in our ear. If there's an inhibitor taken before 20 minutes, or I guess just making sure that the game can last longer than that period of time. So right now you see Puddi just kind of poking and prodding, seeing if they can get a real engage going for themselves yet, but just getting a ton of damage also in the backside of it, as Jackie is forced to disperse the fight with that explosive cask. They're just holding on. They know that the odds are stacked against them now. Down 7,000 gold against Puddi, a foe that they have played against multiple times over the past couple of years. We have seen here in the Wild Rift scene in many different iterations. And it seemed like that early game was going so well, they actually had themselves a decent gold lead. And somehow Puddi are able to wrangle it right back on.
Well, it was good team fighting from them, and I think maybe for the side of MohLIEVERS, not necessarily them calling their shots or really looking for it. They are finishing some items. Dienzio has gotten to 3 items. That is going to be as important as ever. Cosmic now finishing 3. We'll see what they can do here.
Jackie might be the first one to fall here. Nice call. The Forge God gets a decent knockup into the frontline members, but everyone is now just dogpiling right into the front line, and Dienzio just cannot find any members to damage himself with. Cosmic also falls as Molly just chased him right into the heart of the base, and that should be it, Dimitri. The Nexus is exposed, and Puddi will take game 1.
And not a single member died during that last fight. So we talked about a flawless run. Still got some work to do here in this series, but Puddi looking dominant as ever. I mean, I'm glad that I watched a couple VODs just to make sure that these guys are still the GOATs. Still doing it, still putting in work.
Man. It is still refreshing to see, some of the old faces still duking each other out. I will say there's a little bit of silver lining of wow, MohLIEVERS actually had some solid, really good moves in the early game. But you know what? I forget that this is the part where we get to kind of bring in other people where they have been watching the scene more consistently and longer than we have. So, and it's not just one. Normally for the other series, we only had 1 guest analyst, but this time we get 2 for the price of 1. So we're going to bring on both MBlaziken and Pierce. So starting with MBlaziken, I want to get your thoughts of how this first game went between MohLIEVERS and Puddi.
I mean, the first thing that sticks out to me that I'm always gonna complain about whenever I see it is I think that crit builds just make you go too slow, right? You guys talked about it a lot, but when you have that early lead, especially against a team that's as good as Puddi, I think you really need to make sure you're capitalizing on it. And when you go that crit build, D'Enzio going the Collector into that Infinity Edge and then the Solari Charge Blade, it really stunts a lot of that early power that Corki can get compared to something like a Triforce or an Essence Reaver into Leandri's build. That's something that really stuck out to me. I wonder what Pierce has to say, though, because I know he's really smart.
Pierce, you're muted.
Pierce muted it.
All right.
Check
well,
Discord. There we go.
Yep, got it. Yeah. So I haven't seen too much of this Corki build, so I don't know if it's something he's been like cooking up lately. But yeah, I think like more like the Manamune Triforce. Maybe not even the Manamune, but at least the Triforce pretty good for the Corki. You know. Then I think you can start to build into crit, but I think you definitely need like at least a Triforce there. Also, I'm looking at Jackie's build here, American, and he doesn't have Warmogs on support, which I think is a little bit weird. I think that's like a staple item on supports. You know, not too much else I see different with all the items. I think they're pretty good. The other thing I want to talk about Blaziken, and you guys mentioned it in game 2, was the second dragon. I think Corki like moved a little aggressively. Right before the first objective, he had package, but he was clearing a wave, and right as he finished clearing the wave, he pathed through like that little alley by the mid brush, and so they just know that he's there. So I'm pretty sure they blind queued with the Alistar and just killed him right before that second dragon. That alone doesn't lose the game, but contesting the second dragon right after that pretty much finishes the game there. Look, they even have a gold lead before that second dragon hits, and they get the pick, and right before that second dragon, the slope starts to fall down, and it kind of falls apart there.
That was the part where Rafa goes, "Oh, maybe they can win," and then the game ends. The game instantly ended. I was like, "Okay, cool. I didn't miss much. We're still back. We're good."
Yeah. Also, they had a weird contest on the first dragon where, like, I think Mountain Dragon is really good, but I think it was still smart of Zed not to contest a Mountain Dragon. But it's a little sloppy there. And I think.
Are you talking about the part where Cosmic just got yeeted into the pit?
Yeah. I don't even think you should be there. So burns a flash. Last thing that I'd like to talk to Blaziken about is they had a Fiora, and they tried to like match the Fiora, and they had a Vlad and an Ornn, and I don't think that you can ever match. So like I think the answer is like we just have to try and 5v4 cross map and lose things. Like what do you think about that?
So I've been watching. I watched a lot of the games previously in the previous weeks, and I watched a lot of the Chinese Wild Rift a few days ago. I've been talking about it, and I think something that's really important, and like the reason that Fiora, Camille, and Jax are just the premier top laners, is because they can just 5v4, and like if you 5v4, what you'll see if you go back and watch a lot of the games from last week is like you'll just get to the base because the map is. It doesn't like feel smaller, but it actually is smaller with the distance between turrets and how fast you can just knock things down with Fiora.
Yeah.
Especially with the Q buff pretty recently, where previously her Q didn't hit turrets, now it does. So now that you can do that, I think like Ornn can't stop her, and if Vlad goes to stop her, I think that you're really favored in the 4v4. So I think that's something they probably should have tried to lean, heavier into the 5v4 because it's just something that you're not going to win. The other thing that I wanted to highlight on Jackie's build, because I know you mentioned it, I didn't get to touch on it. He had no magic resist, which was really weird to me because Kai'Sa is the main damage dealer of that team, right?
Yep.
So I was wondering, what do you think you should do there?
Yeah, especially building the item that you did there, the crystalline reflector. I think it's like definitely interesting, I don't think you still caps too.
Code for something, Pierce.
Yeah, interesting. I hate that he built that item. I was just trying to be nice.
I'm willing to say it. Jackie has been trolling sometimes with his builds for years. He's the guy who's gonna like cook up some stuff, but sometimes he needs to be kicked out of the kitchen.
Can I offer a simple solution?
Okay.
I know you're like, oh, what's the potential solution for Jackie for him not having magic resist? Could I offer maybe we build a force of nature, guys?
Yeah. No, I mean it's like Jace does magic damage. Alistair's almost purely magic damage. Like it's still it's still very relevant to build magic damage. Not even mentioning the fact that Gume is the primary damage source with almost entirely magic.
Yeah.
So with his W. Yeah, so some builds to think about, but ultimately, I think if we're especially the way this is leaking a little bit, but like with the way that Sentinels plays, we should really be trying to team fight because MTS is just gonna stay in the side lane the whole time.
Yes.
So
and that's what we saw this game, right?
Yeah.
Was him sitting in side lane. There was a moment where they were trying to have the Vlad go into the side lane, and I know we were just talking about how they should be trying to overload one side of the map, especially if Fiora is not really able to get much done. There was a moment where MTS was kind of stuck, and I think we were talking about it where, hey, they have the dragon lane pushed. The lane is pushed in. MTS has to clear that first. Then we saw that play topside where Lamont goes back in with 1 HP and they're able to trade it, but I think that was
Really
a
nice play.
perfectly good example of hey, this is what this team could look like if we're able to execute. We've got a cat on screen. That's all that matters. That's the first thing I said in chat. I was like, guys, we've got a cat. I'm so sorry, but
The arrival of the 5th analyst in Pierce's cat. I would love for us to continue discussing this, as this is one of my favorite parts of the entire show, but we are running out of time, as we do need to move on ahead to get ready for our second game of this series. And before we do, we've got, I believe, a word from our sponsors. Hopefully I'm remembering that part of the run of show. If not, just
if not, you're fired.
Correct.
Listen, that's probably the second thing on the list that we're gonna fire Rafa for today. But
No!
look,
No.
listen,
To him.
I know that
Talk to
Rafa,
him.
when he's fired, he's gonna be suffering. He's gonna be down in the dumps, no money.
Real.
And that's
Real.
why when Rafa's looking at games, he needs Budget Arcade podcast for when he gets fired. Because
Let's
finding
go.
a quality free-to-play game can be a daunting task. Because let's face it, they aren't all Wild Rift. That's where Budget Arcade is here to help. They've done the work of rating and reviewing free-to-play games so that you can find your new favorite. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. I believe we also have another video from Community Gaming, maybe?
Blaziken's fired next for not knowing this.
Are we waiting on the other ad read, or?
And every time I close my eyes, a little less of you remains. I know you're slipping further from me now. Am I too far away? Tell me why seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums of war. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. As you stand upon the edge, hanging in the balance, and flame may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums of war. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, awaken.
Hold the die your turn to roll before they fall through your fingers. Not a good night to lose control, right as the earth is unraveling. You play with your blocks until they break, and these walls come tumbling down. Oh, they're tumbling down. You're out of time to make your move, live or die while the fuse is lit and there's no turning back. Kiss your perfect day goodbye, because the world is on fire. Tuck your innocence goodnight. You sold your friends like
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready for game 2. And Alec, I need you to take the mic away from me real quick so I can.
I don't know what currently Rafa is
I'm about to
undergoing
cough
some.
up. Hang on. I'm sorry, y'all. I've been sick.
It's okay.
for the
It's
past
okay.
week.
Just give me. You could have just given me the mic. It's okay. Mark is currently undergoing a lot of feeling not great. So if we get some well wishes in the chat for him, I'm sure he would appreciate that. But we're back. We're back with game 2 for one of our semifinals here of Puddi versus MohLIEVERS. Puddi took a pretty dominant game 1 victory, and we'll only be a few moments away, hopefully, from starting up this second game. And honestly, getting ready to see if MohLIEVERS have it in them to kind of bring us back into a series, or if Puddi are going to continue their undefeated streak. You're live, Rafa? There we go.
I was muted. There we go. There we go. Yeah, you said it. I'm not gonna lie. I was battling some demons while muted as well. So heard about half what you said, but you said something about Puddi 1-0. Bam! That's what I latched on to. Second game. I'm so sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Keep talking,
Okay.
Dimitri.
All right.
Let my brain catch back up.
There we go. Okay, so for context, everybody, Rafa is currently running on a 30-minute delay mentally because he woke up pretty close to us starting the show. So he was already delayed there. And then he's also sick. So naturally his body's still trying to catch up. His body's actually still back in game 1 draft. We're talking about Ornn, we're talking about Lee Sin. He was still there. He's still physically there, but mentally he's hopefully with us now. And we're getting right into the draft. So we're going to have some gameplay on the screen relatively soon, but we need to see if MohLIEVERS can put up a pretty good defense this time around.
I just want to say everything you said is correct. Physically, I'm delayed. Mentally, I'm delayed. But emotionally, I'm with you all the time and always. So keep that in mind.
Do you want to talk about draft? Or?
No, I'm looking into your eyes sensually.
Guys, I don't know what to do. I mean, Mark is not spoken for, so if there's anybody who's single and looking for a beautiful Latino man, that's where you can go. I'm spoken for, so I can't. I unfortunately, Mark, you know this. You're actually friends with my partner, so this is.
I know.
We're on broadcast. Let's keep it safe. For everybody. We're not Kiana's Twitter account.
Okay.
we need to.
Oh no. Okay. Look, sorry.
We're getting him dead. We got him.
The cop demons are coming back to haunt me. Nothing has changed in the draft, seemingly. All 3 of the bands pretty much the same side. MohLIEVERS running back the Ornn B1. They say that was not part of the problem at all. So for the side of Puddi, they're saying, well, if you're not going to change anything, we're not going to change anything. The Fiora Kaiser ran back, but here is where maybe, just maybe, we have some draft iterations as the Corki does get locked in.
Oh, and there's no Gragas anymore, so hopefully we don't have to worry about Gragas builds, or we're going to have Fearsome Blaziken come back on here and talk more about items. So we'll see what happens there. Jace also doesn't look like they're going to be trying to go for that same pick. I would be surprised to not see an engage support on in Lebmon's hands. That has almost always been his kind of forte and one of the best things that we talk about when we have seen him play. So don't think we're going to get much out of the ordinary there. Maybe Lebmont wants to show Jackie how it's done on the Gragas. But other than that, I think the teams are relatively the same in terms of identity, right? Like, we still have a Kai'Sa and a Fiora on the side of Puddi. On the opposite, we have this Ornn and Corki. So if we are talking about those ultimates, they're going to be very impactful. But right now, I'm giving over that edge to Puddi just because we've already seen them execute on this comp, and I don't think much has changed unless we see some kind of gameplay shift.
What would be the difference maker here for MohLIEVERS? I mean, we already know that DNCO feels confident in the Corki running back with, whether it is the same build as Blaziken and Pierce, both criticized for taking too long for scaling on up. Maybe DNCO shifts it on up so that it is something that hits a little harder in that earlier mid-game spike. Cosmic did run Vladimir, but it was, once again, another champion that takes a while to ramp up to.
Ooh.
And with the bans being taken off the side, no Vi for Molly. So this seems to be the next best jungle option for him in the Aatrox.
Interesting. So we saw how kind of chaotic this last game was, where what I loved about Puddi's comp is that they could really play on two different ends. You had so much ability to engage, but also there was a ton of disengage thanks to having something like the Alistar. Here with the Aatrox, they just want to get into the thick of it. I think a little bit of a problem here for the side of MohLIEVERS is how melee and kind of low range they can be. Corki being some of their longest range, the Swain being a small identity shift where they do want fights to go very long, and now you're setting up Zed to actually be that kind of person to knock down all of the pins that you've set up. But if things are going to stay the same, I mean, we have the Jace again here for starting, and Molly, as long as he's able to get items, he can go for a sort of bruiser build that is very difficult, I think, for the side of MohLIEVERS to get through. So Puddi, while I think they don't have the same amount of engage, they still have a relatively very strong team composition, and I'm very interested to see if we get more of the same of what we got, especially because we have the Zed back into the jungle and Cosmic with a brand new champion here in mid.
As you said, Dimitri, much bigger focus on extended fights here for MohLIEVERS. Something that the Swain can do once you just pop the ultimate. And it's not like the Vladimir could not participate in those extended conversations, but I think this is more about, hey, MohLIEVERS, we need to get something and capitalize on it early when we do hit our stride and we do get that lead. Puddi, it's all long range poke once again, and starting, even though he got the R5 counter pick option, he's like, nah, give me back that Jace, baby, let's run it back. So doesn't seem like the game plan is going to be changed up for either team whatsoever. We didn't see that much early game action, no river skirmishes for the Scuttle Crab. The ganks didn't really come to fray until around the 3-minute mark when junglers had completed their first rotation of camps, so we'll see if that plan still stays the same.
Yeah, we got a little bit of that action towards the bottom lane where we saw Tienzio and Jackie trading summoner spells with their counterparts. I think that will be really interesting if we can see a little bit more of that, just because I think Thresh is a lot more televised as Boomer going in, and you know, if you land that hook, you get the Flay in as well. There's also a very good lantern that we can use to try to get Flay Fish into the action. That'll be something we have to watch, as both of our mid laners now at half HP. I love that we're seeing Lebmont immediately move in. They get mid priority, and especially because both of these guys have Ignite, that is something that they have to look out for.
That actually helps a lot in that early lane phase, because Cosmic was trying to bully starting and had the advantage with the shorter cooldown timer on that range.
Oh my god.
So now he's called on Jackie and
gets level 2 as well
from Dragon Lane, and that's the immediate flash burn by starting.
All right, trading the flash for, you know, the support's flash in order to get startings. If we can see a bit more engage, if we can see something of a setup for this bottom lane or for this mid lane, I think this is something that they can revisit. But for the time being, I love that we got to see MohLIEVERS use that priority from bottom lane. You know that Lebmont was in mid, so you saw that Gume had to back up, get to seed the wave, and just allowed for them to grab that trade. If they can't actually make anything come of this, I think it's kind of like a cool, that'll be something we talked about. Bottom lane, however, Gume finds a 1v2 and then ends up still trading, but this wave is fine. I mean, Lebmont's going to be able to catch this, and that's a really good start for them, because we already saw how good Gume was beforehand, and now with an early lead, with him being able to grab at least the first blood, I'm interested to see what else we can get from this, because remember, Dragon was so important in that last game.
Yeah. Kind of honestly huge. I don't know how Gume was able to pull off the 1v2 against Tienzio and Jackie there. Both summoner spells were grown by the carries. The fact that Lebmont is now shadowing, this is not a great spot for Tienzio, as the Serena Dirk means that it looks like he's going to go for that collector rush again. So there's that early spike, but then we'll see if there's a differentiation on how much more he can capitalize. But he knows that Tienzio doesn't have flash from before, and that's an easy body slam flash to capitalize.
And look at that. I mean, Lebmont just finds it. There's a kill that just happened in mid lane, a solo kill coming out from Filet. That's that no flash Jace that we were just talking about. but now they're bullying onto this bottom side, and one of your big damage dealers has to be this Corki. D'Enzio always has been a high influence player on all of the teams he's been, and so seeing him down so early on is very worrisome for MohLIEVERS and their chances at being able to take a second game victory.
Yeah.
Mark, I do have to ask, what is this PNG placeholder item looking thing in, or is that Bomby Cinder? Is that what that's
Bomby
supposed to?
Cinder. I don't
Dude,
remember.
that looks garbage. We need to bring back Bomby Cinder. We have art for this. What's going on? Like, this is like I just hired some UCLA kids to pull up to make some art for me. No offense to UCLA. UCLA kids are great, but why are we getting the we have art for this. We have Bombies. Shimmering Spark. It's the starter version. Sag.
Yeah. It's like So there's Sunfire Cape. That's the that's the final evolution. Then there's Bombies, and now there's Shimmering Spark. Meanwhile,
in my day, we did not have any of this Shimmering Spark. Well, we're just punishing starting over and over. Now this time he has Flash, but it's just too late. I live with 1 HP.
Is there enough damage? Ignite, tick, 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 tick. Oh, Josh, he lived this time. And now Molly's here to capitalize. Cosmic, the flash, but Molly with the flash of his own. The pull from the...
No way.
Wow, Molly! Not close enough. And Filet of Fish is there with the damage.
All right, so now the mid jungle here for Puddi, people that we tend to look at as being a point of strength for this team, have fallen. They were trying to find plays, trying to get kills onto Cosmic, and hey, Cosmic, you ended up living. Big thumbs up. Your whole deal in this game right now is just neutralize starting. Just make sure you're able to go even in lane. Make sure that you're able to be a very impactful Swain as we get later into the game. You already see that Rod of Ages getting ready. And now starting, trying to go for the 1v1. Try to trade at least. Ignite last tick.
Ignite.
There it is. Okay.
Start is able to at least trade one in the 1v2 gangbang as we get ready for...
Mark, you're getting fired for sure, brother man. We are... This is not our solo queue games, brother. This is not the Discord. I cannot hit vine booms for you, okay? So when you're talking like this, okay?
Could you hit it though? That would be really funny.
I don't know if it'll come up on stream, and also I don't know how loud it will be.
No, because the audio it's taken from the Discord call. So we can do it for the next one.
There you go.
Yeah.
There we go. We got a team fight, and D'Enzio just uses it to take a one-way trip from one side of the US to the other. As just simple repositioning. We're kind of fostering for this Herald, and it's turning into a win here for the side of MohLIEVERS.
And now Rift Herald potentially in possession or control of MohLIEVERS here. MTS posturing on the left side, 1600 HP. This should be a clean take. Nicely done here, as that was an objective that both of the teams were contesting for, and now Puddi are on the back foot as they have to reposition, they have to redeploy to make sure they can contest this Ocean Dragon as well.
And we've been talking about this a little bit, especially during game one, where we saw some trading of objectives. Obviously, the Dragon going over to the side of Puddi, the Rift Herald going over to the side of MohLIEVERS, but this time it feels like the side of Puddi, some of their early plays didn't work out. We saw that level 1 roam from Levamon not actually turn into anything. They end up getting starting Splash eventually, and then he starts to take a couple of deaths. Molly as well, trying to fix the situation. Really the only people that we're seeing kind of step up or do well in their own lanes are Gume and MTS. So now they need to be the ones to step up in this game and say, okay, we're the ones leading, we're the ones that have gold leads, we're the ones that are able to influence our side of the map a little bit more than our counterparts. And you're already starting to see that they're swapping away from these lanes. They're trying to get a little bit of priority where they can. And what I want to see from MohLIEVERS is keep up the pace. I know Blaziken was talking about it with the itemization, but you can kind of apply similar strategies just without the items. Make sure that you're staying on top of your opponent and you're applying a pressure, because the moment that you let up, we've seen it time and time again from different iterations of this roster from Puddi, but they will find ways. There's enough experience between the 5 of these guys that they should be able to work their way out of any situation.
Yeah. You cannot give back any relief towards Puddi, otherwise they will not be merciful. They're going to yoink control back. As the game has slowed down quite a bit, both teams took some time to make some macro moves before turning towards the Ocean Dragon. And this time, Puddi Puddi find a chink in the armor where they can have an opportunity to take a dragon without really much punishment from the side of MohLIEVERS, as they already used their main macro move and taking out that turret with the Rift Herald.
It was a small dance, right? Like, you get your play, and then I have to reset, or I have to take a step back, and you get to lead the dance. Right there, like you were saying, they get the bottom tier 1 in Dragon Lane. So now we're going to be able to see what they're able to do after this wave, just because there is a Corki package ready to go, and DNZO can use that. We haven't seen too many offensive Corki packages coming out from DNZO so far this series, as we've gotten our second game of Corki. I want to see him play, you know, a little bit on that line. It is a great tool to use, especially with how low range some of these members can be from the side of Puddi Puddi. You have this Jace who can poke, but Jace currently a bit of a troll. You have Gume, who, hey, he is going to be very powerful, but still waiting for that Muramana to be finished. So some of that damage is not quite there. And if you're able to get them all stuck, especially with an Ornn ultimate or the Thresh, that package can be very impactful.
Couple of ultimates being traded here by both MTS and Filet-O-Fish in exchange of resources. Is now both teams. There's not really much to fight here for on the top side of the map
they're
other
just
than control. Yeah.
I mean, they gave up mid priority, and that was Lemon actually utilizing the Gragas ultimate to try to clear the wave and push them off the turret, but they lost mid tier 1 HP, and they're not really getting, I say that, top lane, there is some action going on.
And now Molly has gone into the World Ender mode, but it's only a trade of 1-for-1. Both Filet-O-Fish and starting to go down in the crossfire. Might have been some action here in the mid lane as well. Jackie popping the box earlier just to see if they could look for a pick onto Leblanc. This flash was exchanged as I imagine both teams are just trying to see if they can get the better of the other in a skill check, hands check that would allow them to take the tower in the aftermath.
MTS needs a little bit more vision, or at least some priority coming from another lane in order for him to push. You already saw right there, he gets a ward into the tri-brush there for Dragon Lane, but he doesn't feel very comfortable to push much further than that, even though he is playing this Fiora. He needs a few more items before we're going to start to see that Fiora 1v9 moment, but he had priority of mid lane. Maybe he could have pushed a little bit more if they're able to have their support roam in, but we obviously saw they spent a lot of their time in that top side play with the mid jungle playing that out. So right now we're kind of waiting for MTS. We were talking about how important we could see this Fiora be if this game goes late, if they're going to play to sides. It hasn't really come true, as we're constantly seeing, because they are behind, they're not actually, from the side of Puddi Puddi, able to exert their pressure onto the map. Right now, trying to find some damage. We saw that fight in mid. They're whittling away at the HP bars, and Jackie is going to be that one to go down. And now they can move in and start to get vision and start to put themselves on the map.
Yeah, and it's going to be such a constant tug of war of battling for priority, trying to take out these minion waves. But starting... Uh-oh. I don't believe that he was ready to take a face full of Cosmic, as the Demonic Ascension gets right up into his business. And without starting, that is going to call upon Lemon to try and defend the remains of this tier 1, as both Cosmic and the rest of the cavalry are trying to make sure that they can knock him down.
This is a big problem now for the side of Puddi Puddi. MohLIEVERS are doing a perfectly fine job. They're going to be able to grab this Baron lane tier 1. I was really worried that the minions were going to be imposters there and not try to end the turret, but they end up grabbing that. And so now with 2 tier 1s gone on the opposite sides of the map, and specifically now with one of those carries that we had talked about starting being behind, you're looking at Gume to really kind of step up as we get into that midsection of the game, 30 seconds before either objective is going to be spawning. And it is an Infernal Dragon. Everybody wants to be there for that fight, and there's now no flash for the Swain. I mean, maybe a flash coming up here for Gume as well. These are really important summoners we need to be taking a look at. And for Puddi Puddi, if they want to get back into this game, if they want to try to have a strong enough foothold, they really need to contest here.
Yeah, the Cosmic is going to have to fix this wave first before he can make his way on over to the Dragon Pit. Taking a bit of time right now. Already Puddi Puddi are already in position in mid lane, trying to jockey for priority. Jackie poking and prodding, seeing if any of these spells do land, as now Puddi Puddi starting to eventually bully their way into the river. Jackie is trying to hold control as well, but now Puddi Puddi have control.
Okay, look at what's happening though. We're talking about the Poke starting a Gume versus something like a Corki, and the Swain is just unmatched here for Puddi Puddi. They are losing out a little bit on the map play if we're looking at what's happening in the Dragon Lane. That wave is going to start to slowly bounce back, but look at how much damage they're getting. All right, they're trying to find something, but they're not on the same page.
Okay, well, Lemon might be going down here, but it's just the front line so far as MTS is able to trade it back on to Jackie. Filet-O-Fish already using the death mark, but gets popped by Gume as he finds his moment for the killer instinct. And you just see how decisive and how clean the team fighting is from Puddi Puddi, able to whittle down the members of MohLIEVERS one by one. Dienzio's last one, but the nice exhaust from Gume slows him in his tracks, nowhere else to go. And just like that, Puddi Puddi take out all 5. It's a Gapplebee's table of 5.
It's a full-on ace. They get the Baron. They're going to also grab this Dragon, as we already see Gume's over there. Like, it's a good fight. I want to take nothing away from Puddi Puddi, but it just felt like MohLIEVERS were 5 separate Discord calls at that point. We have Hitman going in, and then we have Swain trying to find and engage into that backline. It was just all over the place. Dienzio was not getting good target selection in that instance, and so that was a really sloppy fight coming out from MohLIEVERS. And when we're talking about having that kind of competition here for the side of Puddi Puddi, yes, they were behind early. Yes, there are a lot of plays that I think went wayward for them, and some lane matchups that they weren't expecting to kind of end up the way that they did. But now we're back to that same point that we always talk about for them, which is, cool, they won a single team fight. Now we get to see how they close this game out, because they have now a huge lead. We're going to probably see MTS look for a 1v2 outplay, though.
The riposte, not enough to save himself there.
Oh my god.
Cosmic barely dodging out on the Void Seeker from Gume as well. Meanwhile, action on the other side of the map, but nice use of the Dark Passage from Jackie, getting Hitman out alive from what could have been a pick from Ledmon and crew. Starting them only whittling down this turret as fast as they can, though. 300 HP, and it's already gone. Jackie trying to keep them in tow. There's no damage dealers here for the fray quite yet. Dienzio finally arrives to the scene. Nice flake. Keeps starting from being able to jump on top of his face, as now Molly looks for the knockup as well. One more Dark Flight as they look for the Darkened Blade. Hitman with the 3-man knockup, and again, can Dienzio
hold up now, hold up.
Molly's getting a super low, the stasis from the Zonya's Hourglass as well. Oh, Filet-O-Fish is able to find that one, and now they can find even more triple for Filet-O-Fish. Lemon was left to the
keep
wall,
going.
and now it's looking for Gume. Could this be the quadrant for Filet-O-Fish right on top of it as well? The death mark is not even needed. It's just the
No!
cleans up the kill. No quadra, but quiet as well. Almost a damn near ace.
A lot of gold going over, and all of that in Filet-O-Fish's back pocket now. I don't know if it's quite enough to bring them back into this game, but it sure as hell is going to slow this one down. It's going to put a little bit more time on the shot clock there. But Dienzio, I think you've waited a little too long. You stayed a little too long in this Baron lane. MTS is going to find that kill. He's going to feel nice about that. He's going to be able to clear out these 2 top waves. And now, look at where Baron is. Spawning in 30 seconds. You have to imagine the Dragon is also going to be spawning in the next 45 to a minute. And so, bit of a worrisome spot here, as this could decide the game. And now Filet-O-Fish utilizing this. They're just grouping all on one side. They're playing around this set. Gonna be level 15 soon. Rafa, we may have a game on our hands. It all depends on if Filet-O-Fish can actually deal damage here. A full black cleaver done thanks to the Ornn for the Zed. So he just gets to stay out on the map. He gets all of those stats. He's a little worrisome now.
Yeah, he's got 4 full items. He is the richest person on the map. And so if there's any chance for MohLIEVERS to come back into this game, it's got to be through the wallet gap of Filet-O-Fish, just being able to continuously outplay and find multiple isolated members to pick off in these skirmishes as well. Lemon almost going down. Ignite is not going to be enough. Wow. He's able to make it out alive. Elder is coming up in the next couple of minutes. Another Baron has spawned. And now Puddi Puddi find themselves in a moment where they can no longer leisurely just take this game. They have to be more conscious about how Filet-O-Fish is going to be navigating these fights.
All eyes are on Filet-O-Fish, level 15, so he is already ready to go. He's got another item slot that he can use, but really exciting stuff. I mean, we didn't get to see too much of the jungle Zed in the last game, but this time around, he is just going into the backline, and we talked about, hey, Jace and this Kai'Sa are going to be the main damage dealers, but Jace was already taken out of the game pretty early on thanks to some plays from the side of MohLIEVERS. So now we're looking at Gume, and Gume has to be able to deal damage while also avoiding Swain, while also avoiding Ornn and Zed, and all of these things are so difficult to deal with. I want to see how Gume is actually able to get around these kind of plays. You are playing Kai'Sa. You have an infinite amount of tools at your disposal to do so, but all comes down to execution. Sorry.
Yeah. I didn't give you what I have, right? You're not getting sick too, right?
Well, I left your house a week ago, so hopefully not by this point. If it hits me now, then it was always meant to be.
Jackie might have found a pick. Starting, popping the stasis, gonna give him a moment's reprieve. Hitman, multiple knockups into the back line, but starting gets traded up by Jackie. 1-for-1 so far. Molly's leading the charge. Gume going in with the killer instinct, finding Hitman, forcing Dienzio to flash. Molly with the flash all over the zone, and now Filet-O-Fish is all up to you, brother. But can you pull off a miracle? As I don't think it's gonna be happening anytime soon. Filet-O-Fish gonna get chunked out by that Void Seeker, and now there's a moment for Puddi to see if they can look to ram this in.
Filet-O-Fish, he was using all of his spells on starting. So they found that kill onto Jace, but not much after that. So Filet-O-Fish is going to go back to base. Does have the ultimate, so he can find one. Zhonya's is available for Gume. That's just it. That's the game.
Oh, man. He finds one more to let him up, but one more ain't gonna cut it. Puddi will advance to the grand finals of the Jamco Gaming Void Series. As MohLIEVERS, a valiant attempt, a valiant effort, but unfortunately it's still not enough for them, as they will still have a chance to contest in our third place match.
Yep, that'll be happening tomorrow, but yeah, that was the scoreline does not, I think, tell how close that game could have been. I think the gold graph is probably going to do a better job of that, but even then, they found that one team fight ace. They stayed ahead in gold for the rest of the game, even with the Zed actually finding all those kills. So it's kind of unfortunate. It is something that we talked about in the draft of the first game, where Zed has a very tough job of being able to assassinate multiple different targets. And while the ability haste can be there, it's just a lot to do. And we've already seen how good Gume is in this Dragon Lane position. So kind of a tough task, a tall order to fill, and it kind of comes up short.
Yeah, and we got to get our analysts to chime in as well, as this does conclude the series. And what are our main takeaways here, starting with Blaziken?
I mean, there's a lot to talk about in this game, because, like, you guys are talking about what happened in the late game, you know, Gume obviously going just insane in how he wants to play the game. But, like, we've got to remember back to the early game, right? We see early a very quick 3-person mid-NA brawl, as is the classic. Starting is forced to flash, and that lets that Zed get a lot of that wallet advantage that you guys were talking about through that game. However, the thing that I want to highlight is I think that's really the only time that MohLIEVERS took full advantage of what Thresh can do. Right? When we're talking about Thresh, one of the things that I think about when I think about like really good Thresh players is you're going to put that lantern, you know, around Dragon or Baron Pit, and then somebody only has to rotate half the distance, and then suddenly they're there. And I think that was the only time that I actually saw that from Jackie. And so that's something that I was hoping that they do a little bit more. On the other hand, I think Pierce probably has a lot to say about what he thinks about this game. So let's hear from him.
Oh yeah, I think it was a closer game than it could have been, because MTS died on that Baron push, you know? He had the whole Baron. I think I talked about that the previous weekend. You basically get a whole team behind you with the Baron whole cannons. Really slowed the pace there, and like I think they pushed too hard after that. But before we even get to that, in my notes, I wanted to talk about something really important that happened there, and I think this is relevant for your solo queue games. Is the two teams just entirely skipped the Ocean Dragon. They both went to contest the Rift Herald, and we actually only got 2 dragons in that game because of how unimportant the Ocean Dragon was. It's like, especially like coming from like a jungle perspective, if the Ocean Dragon's the only objective up, I'm not even going near it. I'm just gonna full clear my jungle and then probably go to their opposite side jungle and invade, while the jungler literally wastes time for like a useless buff. You know, so like we see the priority there. Like a quick run over of the dragons, like Mountain and Infernal, relatively even. Then you kind of have Ocean next, and then the Ice Dragon. You know, like those are too bad. Like you could, you know, put them back and forth. But basically, you just don't contest anything except the Mountain and the Infernal. You know, Rift Herald is just more important than the Ocean and the Wind Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say something which I think Prius will probably agree with given how he's spoken about it, but in my eyes, I think it's probably Mountain Infernal and then Ice Drake, and those are all like the valuable dragons. And then the biggest value that Ocean actually has is just giving you more Mountain Drake or Infernal Drake. That's the biggest value out of it.
Dragon. Yeah. I mean, the Ice Dragon is useless unless you have other dragons though.
That is true.
Like the Ocean Dragon is just as useful as the Ice Dragon unless you get like, you know, more dragons to stack. Because 7 ability ace is like almost worse than the Ocean. So
Yeah. The other thing that I kind of wanted to highlight this game was we did kind of bash Jackie a little bit last game for not building any MR. That did change this game. Actually built that Force of Nature. The other thing that I really want to highlight is the Redemption. So the Redemption is an item that I've been trying to push really hard because it got a huge buff in the last patch, where you saw it in your Baron actually a few times, where instead of actually having to check Baron, you can just drag it there. It'll still give you vision, and if Redemption doesn't heal anyone, it only has a 30-second cooldown.
yeah, so it's a little closer to a blue ward because you used to use the old Redemption when it was like super busted, like on enchanters for vision and stuff. But like I said, now it refunds 50% of the cooldown if you don't hit it. So definitely becomes like, you know, the blue trinket more than it was. So definitely a decent item now for sure. See 5 stasises on the red team. That's a throwback.
Man.
Yeah, true. Against the Zed, right?
Yeah. Awful.
We did see the potency of a Zed jungle though. You know, didn't quite get to see it in the first game, but was very much able to accelerate his game. Got a few early kills, and I mean he was kind of in a position to carry. It's just I think Swain is like terrible. It's just a terrible champion. Like look, he was countered. He was countered a minute and a half in the game when starting to build Executioners. Like he no longer was a champion 90 seconds into the game. I don't know. Sometimes I come across harsh, but he's not a competitive champion.
I gotta say it because you are speaking the truth here, and it's my time to say my piece. Because Swain have had it too good, too long, and they've been getting away with too much. Swains are building Rylai second, okay? And I did the math on this, so I know. Rylai second cripples your damage. You deal about half the damage you would with a Rabadon's if you build the Rod of Ages first. You deal about a similar amount, about I'd say like maybe 300, 400 less, if you build the Riftmaker second. So Rabadons and Riftmakers are by far better. People like to build the Rylai's because they're like, oh, we're getting the slow and it's a lot of value, but it's actually not because the amount of damage you do is just nothing, right?
Yeah, makes sense.
Talk to him.
Secondly, you ready for this?
Let's go.
Swain has been bad for a long time. He fell off insanely hard in China because, first of all, people realized that if you're going to play a carry, just play Kassadin or just play Vlad.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's all I really have to say. I don't know if Pierce had anything else to say about Swain because I think he said his piece as well.
And not too much on Swain. I really do wish we maybe didn't play Corki again. That's my only other kind of thing here. I don't think it's like we got the value from it. Like honestly, like especially with like a assassin jungle, I think it's like a lot harder to play kind of an engage because Corki really is like an engage champ. He has the poke, you know, that's like but it's like excels like auxiliary like to like how I think he like plays in an actual team fight. Like the poke before is a bonus, but you know he's really just going in and shredding all their magic resist, and armor pen doesn't really work with that either. So
Okay.
it was a great series though. I did enjoy it, really back and forth, you know.
I have one last thing to say about that Corki thing, and then I think that's pretty much all I have. I want to highlight that I think when MohLIEVERS had the most success, they were playing those like poke champions. Like, you think about like a lot of the D'Enzio champs. To me, it's the Ziggs, the stuff like the Kaisa, you know. And I think even then they banned Ziggs this game on blue. Like, they could have taken it. And I think something like that would have just changed how this game was played, because Ziggs is just so good right now that I think that probably would have been my solution. Obviously, I respect them running it back. I just think that it probably wasn't the answer that they were looking for.
Yeah.
Some things you have to learn through trial and error, and unfortunately, you know, the trials have to come at the highest prices here, as that does mean that Puddi will move on to grand finals for tomorrow, but this isn't the end of our show. We're still not ready for our second series yet, because we still have, I believe, an interview to conduct. So, no.
Get owned. Oh,
okay.
sorry,
I have
Rafa.
been owned.
You are getting
My
fired a third time. That's everybody in chat. Let's keep a track of how many times.
My producer, what is next on the run of show? Are we tossing to break? Or are we tossing? Okay, I'm getting
Good
that.
one,
We are tossing to break. All right. Well, thank you so much for watching so far. We still have one more semifinal match, so make sure you stay tuned, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
I can hear the sound of a heartbeat before it goes out. Won't never leave my memory of bloodshed all around. I can see a tear on my father's face before it falls out. Oh, my enemy, how could I have ever let you down? When all these trees saw us grow, cut our teeth and make our bones right here. We play with shields made of stone, share our dreams and sit our thrones. Be still, 'cause I see smoke up ahead and I got steel in my hands. Return like warriors, I swear that we'll find glory up ahead. Tell me, where is my home? I don't recognize the faces anymore. No, where is my friend? The one I've known since I was only just a kid. I think it's time to say goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Oh, it's time to say goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Oh, it's time to say goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Oh, it's time to say goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Oh, is it time to say goodbye? Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Oh, it's time to say goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Oh, it's time to say goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. It's time to say goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, hear my plea to the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call for the glory and the fall. For the weak and the broken, for the lost and forsaken.
Welcome back, y'all. We are getting ready for our final semifinal. Our last semifinal match of the day between good old APHRO Z3 and Superiority. Now, if I'm not mistaken, these are two of our LATAM teams coming from or throughout the Void Series bracket. So we're not only going to get a little different flavor, but also from what some of our analysts have chimed in, some some good Baron laner action as well.
Okay.
I've been promised that we're going to have some fighters return to things like Jax and Camille, assuming that they're not banned. No more tanks, which I don't know. Personally, Dimitri, we saw a lot of fighters back in our days of Wild Rift. So I was kind of like, oh, I'm happy to see some Ornn, but, maybe that's just me.
I like tanks. I think tanks are interesting. I think the idea of fighters is more, I guess I would say more interesting for people who actually want to like play the lane in a very specific manner. So I think Aatrox is very indicative of this. I actually really like how Fiora tends to play. Those bruiser items are cool. Garen is pretty fun if you like that kind of thing, if you're into that. But I do like tanks for what they kind of teach someone, because they have very different fundamentals from something like a fighter. You need to know when you can take damage and when you're not supposed to take damage. When you are supposed to be able to go in, you're kind of making sure where your backline is in kind of relative to where the opponents are at the same time. So there's a lot of things you need to be thinking about. This doesn't happen too much in Wild Rift, but like when you're talking about tanks going up against other tanks, you need to be managing how your side lanes are going to be looking, especially if you're collapsing inward towards an objective, or if you're playing from mid and then moving out into the rest of the map. There's a lot of things that change as when you are a bruiser or you are a fighter. Your whole goal is I'm just going to be able to run you down in most cases, or I can do like small burst trades. That's not the case for tanks. Tanks are usually pretty limited on damage.
It does give leeway for more split push opportunities as well. Whether you are, as you said, running down someone in the long lane because they are overextended, or simply just pressuring them off and then drawing multiple people to you because you are forcing a win condition that they have to answer to. As we now finally get into the draft phase for our first game of this semifinal matchup. First ban off the table, it's that Jace. And honestly, I'm gonna keep it a stack with you, Elk.
Okay.
I'm surprised that Jace has not been focused more as a ban. I could be wrong, but it seems like that champion's pretty freaking good.
Yeah, I mean, Jace is also just a big kind of, I guess he's similar to what we were talking about, right? Where Jace can be very, very strong, but Jace is also very reliant on being ahead, on making sure that he is in good positions, because the moment you kind of fall off as Jace, you don't really do a lot. You're kind of waiting for your poke damage, but obviously your opponents are stronger, so that means typically they also have either items that can mitigate your damage outright, like tank stats, or they have like lifesteal, or they have some kind of shielding or something of that manner that allows for Jace to kind of just be like, well, we can ignore you for the time being. We even kind of saw it in the last game where starting was behind, and then Jace was kind of just like I'm here to tank all of Zed's abilities so that Gume can 1v9 the rest of this match.
Yeah. No poke assigned. Now, Kai'Sa would, that's another champion that I would imagine should be seeing some more respect on the ban list or pick priority here, as, in our last semifinal matchup, Gume was able to get both of them. So far, it has not seen the strike list here. Volibear, Shen, and Aatrox all taken off the table by Superiority, Gwen, and Fiora. But this is our first Camille of the day, as she has been banned both times in our last semifinal matchup.
Well, yeah, you can't do that. You can't give MTS Camille. That's just like literally illegal. It's in the terms when you play against any team using it. It's just not allowed. So glad to see that we're getting that. Have they removed Camille from jungle?
No. All right, this champ.
I mean,
you can still play her. in jungle is what I should be saying. Like, because at first I thought that she was gone, and then Molly played her. I'm like, okay, well, yeah.
Well, he's just the goat, so you know.
He's just the goat, you know. It's Molly things. But I imagine that more than likely this should be a Baron lane Camille for
Okay.
side of APHRO. Varus.
Just wanted to make sure.
I like that.
All right, Varus able to deal with some of the poke that we'll see from Ezreal. I know that Ezreal has been getting a few buffs, or at least has been performing particularly well in solo queue. So excited to see a little bit more of that. And we've got Karma's right at the tail end of before I like bounced, basically. And the entire rest of North America got bounced. So Varus and Thresh here being the option for APHRO. I like this. There's a ton of engage pre-6. There's obviously sooner or ultimates. Once they get level 5 and they're gonna have access to that, I think the Varus and the Thresh can be a very dangerous duo. And then we get into standstills where we talked about drawing your battle lines, trying to whittle down your opponent before fights. This is where we tend to see those tanks kind of be really important. But you're gonna see the Jax and the Camille matchup. I'm not 100% sure if this is going to be our Baron matchup, but I mean, between these two, this should be one where we're looking for Camille to try to whittle away at Jax, and then Jax finding all in small, very short burst trades, utilizing that counter strike.
Yeah, it definitely seems like at least the side of Superiority is convinced that this is the Baron matchup, as they are now trying to take away junglers from Reaper that could be used to really snowball and accelerate that top side. Xin Zhao, fantastic skirmisher and great early ganks, very strong in the first few minutes of the game. You pair that up with a Camille, the lockdown, you get the Hextech ultimatum. There's nowhere that Jax can really run. And so, as you already pointed out, I imagine that a lot of the attention is going to be towards the top side of the map, because in terms of our Dragon Lane matchups, Varus and Ezreal, you can leave them. You can let them just continue poke each other, whittle each other down, and wave clear to their heart's content.
Okay, cool. That'll be pretty interesting to watch. I am looking for maybe a little bit more AP. Obviously, we don't see too many mages right now in the draft, and I do want to kind of see from both teams what their primary form of engage is going to be. Wukong, Vi, all of these champions have been taken away. Shen being something we actually saw Reaper play in their last series up against Haters. So I am kind of looking for some more tanks, some more engage for both of these teams, because we don't have a lot of that. There's just a lot of, hey, you stay over there, I'm gonna stay over here, we're just gonna poke out until one of us has to take a recall or find some honey fruit.
I do like this Jarvan pick, though. It is a champion that it often gets slept on when it comes to just overall utility, strong early ganks, and then even if the ganks or the early game doesn't go quite the way of the Jarvan, you always have a Cataclysm. You get lockdown picks that without an escape like Varus, it's very hard to escape certain death. But of course, Lee Sin, baby, it's his time to shine. No Lee Sin bans were had, and they want to pretty much really hammer in on this early game prowess.
All right, Mark, this is your time. This is when we're taking notes, or you're going to be giving free tutoring sessions to Reaper on the Lee Sin. Okay, so you're playing Lee Sin aficionado here for this draft, for this game.
Hell yeah. I will say, as much of the gas I appreciate you giving me, I am still very rusty, and I think Reaper is going to be 10 times better than whatever I can.
Hey man, you held up in those in-houses, okay? So
I mean, those in-houses back in the Cloud9 in-houses went kind of crazy. We had some good games.
I got gapped. I got hella gapped. Okay, to be fair, I got griefed. So, not my fault. Those in-houses were not my fault. I apologize.
You had the Renekton Zed matchup, and then your team gave me 3 kills, and suddenly I'm just accelerating.
Dude, it was, okay, literally, like, I'm playing mid, we're playing against each other, and I'm like, okay, this is fine, and I didn't put my phone on Do Not Disturb. So I get, like, this notification coming over, and you start walking forward, and I'm like, I can't do anything.
Classic.
I couldn't, like, get rid of it. It was Jover. I got griefed.
Yeah.
But we can take a look at these comps that we have in front of us, and hopefully one of our players does not grief. Although I'm sure Pierce and Blaziken will get to that when we get to the end of the game.
Oh, we actually have we have a bit of a change up here.
Okay.
We're getting an Ezreal mid this time around, and the Tristana is the one that actually ends up going towards the bottom side of the map. So now this Dragon Lane is a little different in terms of dynamic. You have a lot more push with Karma and Tristana being able to pair that explosive charge. Something like the Ezreal usually struggles in the push war if you're trying to decide between using Mystic Shots to poke or to, get wave control. I imagine that maybe there's a chance that the Superiority Dragon Lane has a chance now to, even if they aren't the focus for where Vox wants to go on this Jarvan, you have push prio. Maybe you want to look for invades. Maybe you want to look for collapses in the mid lane instead.
Maybe. That is certainly something that they could try to go for. I am interested to see what mid lane Ezreal looks like. Up against Corki, it's one of those things where we have two different marksmen, but they have different kind of skill sets, right? Like we were talking about how Corki can be a poke champion. Pierce was talking about how important the package is to this to the kit and how we can see them kind of utilize it. I wanted to see a little bit of Ezreal Karma just because it is such a very old and very telltale kind of lane. But with the Karma, you can be able to whittle them away, and then Tristana is able to move right on in. I love this, however, that we're already getting a ton of action, not just from our Baron laners, but you see in the mid lane, Karma's actually moving in between lanes, playing a little bit more of a flex role here, and trying to get early vision onto where Reaper is. This is really interesting, especially now that we see both junglers are starting on opposite sides of the map.
I felt like a blast from the past. I thought I was watching a Cloud9 Charm game, just seeing him and roaming around and just getting a look on and seeing like, hey, what can I do here to influence the mid lane? A little bit of 2v1 action and just getting priority, where the rest of the Summer Series was like, what? Why is there support in my lane? What's going on here?
This is so cringe.
This comes at the expense of Gone, though, who has to deal with the pushing Dragon Lane on the bottom side of the map. But it looks like
doesn't miss much, however. Like,
yeah.
Look at what happened here, right? Like Gone playing the Tristana should have a lot of safety because we know that Ramita on this Thresh had to take an early recall because of how much poke was landing. So not only did Karma get early vision, they know where Lee Sin should be. They know that he's on the bottom side of the map. They know that they should probably be, and also just got spotted there on a lot of the wards that were in mid lane. So they have almost perfect vision as to what camps, what has been done by by Reaper. And so Gone played safe bottom lane, caught the wave, is only down to like 300, not a meaningful advantage there. I think this is a really cool strategy and hopefully something we see a little bit more out of them.
Yeah. Reaper is on the bottom side of the map, hovering on this Dragon Lane just to make sure that Vox isn't here to punish them for the overextension that they've had so far, but they also know that he was briefly topside trying to get a punish on the Wiesel. Wiesel able to use the prowess of Camille, able to get out alive, as now Reaper's looking for the final killing blow. Flash for flash, Gone does get out alive, and this is going to pull over Kamaji as well as Ludiciel to see if they can protect the remnants of this Dragon Lane turret.
There's a lot of plates that were going down there, and like you said, we're going to be looking at a lot of priority now across multiple different lanes. They had to pull down the Ezreal for this bottom lane. It gets a recall in for the Dragon Lane here of APHRO, and the entire time Corki doing the same thing. So now with these three members resetting, with Reaper already back out on the map, I do want to see what this is going to mean for the Dragon coming up, because you already see Reaper clearing down towards the bottom side yet again, waiting for all these camps to respawn. And now Corki, after picking up a couple of items here, already has that level 5, and we can start to see them roam into this bottom side and really start to affect this Tristana matchup.
Yeah, and while there hasn't been any kills, there's been a lot of movement on the map early on, which is honestly I'm really digging from both of these teams.
Yeah, it's it's different strategies than what we saw in the last game, so I'm already here for it. Not just getting caught like cookie cutter paste. Oh my god, what? Hello? Hello?
Well, they knew that Gone's flash was gone.
Yeah.
No pun intended. But it's
this has real champs
the
OP.
answer from downtown, the cross map snipe, and Luciel looking for an ultimate engage of his own. Ramita might be in a little bit of a trouble here, trying to play around the box. Luciel should have the damage and the HP advantage, but the minions are doing a lot of work here, and the Dark Passage has brought Reaper in. Luciel with the flash, but the Sonic Wave finds its mark. And now we still got more action. Vox maybe looking for the Weasel, but knowing that the Cataclysm would be answered out by the Hextech Ultimatum, no choice there. Oh, we got a banger on our hands.
Wow, this Karma Champ does no damage, man. Wow, that's insane. I've never seen Karma do that little damage. Like, it's Thresh, right? Like, Thresh does not have a lot of resistances. They already see that they've gone for the Kindle Gem, so there's a lot of HP there, but I was very surprised that that did not just turn into a second kill coming out for Superiority, but okay, I mean, they're finding plays across the map here. Bottom lane with a very big win after Gon being taken down there. There's also that mid wave. Hexaton actually moves into mid, catches that, and is now able to move back down into Dragon Lane, so they're not going to be missing all that much. My big kind of worry here now for the side of Superiority is we need to see them do a little bit more, because right now Camille is already finding a small advantage versus this Jax. This might be that advantage we're looking for.
Luciel with one shot trying to lock down Weasel, but he waits his time and gets the hook shot out. No need to use the flash. This is what makes Camille such a hard champion to kill or even gank for, as the rest of the members committed to this dragon, using the package to separate the members away from the dragon as well. But Gon just hops over the package, takes him out, and is able to hop back out. Reaper is able to secure the dragon, but this fight is favored for Superiority, and Reaper doesn't seem to be able to have safeguard just up in time again. Huge fight on the back end for Superiority.
Yeah, that Corki package was pretty bad. Like, it did very little damage. Now suddenly Corki has none of their movement abilities, and instead of using the flash, Tengen ends up just going down, giving over that kill, gives a reset over to Gon. I think that was just a really early package, and now we're gonna see them start to contest for the Rift Herald here. They should know there's a ton of ultimates not available.
Oh, Weasel committing the flash onto Gon, looking for the Hextech Ultimatum, but he looks like he just went in a little too early, trying to stall time for APHRO to be able to come in. The Rift Herald is secured by the side of Superiority as well. Both neutral objectives going their way. Or no, I misspoke. As the Mountain Dragon was secured by APHRO, but my apologies. But Rift Herald being secured by Superiority means that they're able to get the trade out. And so far, gold lead still slightly in APHRO's lead, but at this point it's pretty much even.
Yeah, it is a very even game. You can take a look at that gold in the scoreboard there. It is a very big lead here for Kamaji. On the opposite side, Hexaton now sitting with a bit of an advantage over his opponent, but I just don't know if a lot of those gold advantages are going to matter for the time being, right? Like, Hexaton has to finish a couple more items. We have those Muramanas that are sitting in inventory. So for all intents and purposes, the stats you're going to get off of that item are not incredible. I want to see what we get from these guys as they start to set up more for these objectives. I think so far Superiority have been better on the reactionary, and APHRO so far, I think their target priority and some of their actual when they pull the trigger is a little lacking. I want to see them be able to clean that up, and hopefully we see that now with Luxel.
Ooh. Now one shot forced to flash away. Weasel able to answer on back. I mean, this is a hard Camille to take down from the members of Superiority. So far, every time that they made an engagement or a gank play on the Weasel, able to slip on out. The only time the Weasel has gone down is at the cost of his own hand.
Okay. So Baron Laner is trying to go for resets in, trying to get their items, trying to finish that off. One shot very close to finishing his first item here, as this is so dangerous. You already see that wave is just gone instantaneously, and it really opens up for them to look for plays like this. Wow, gets the shift and the flash from Kamaji. They don't know where anyone else is, right? Like, they don't know who else is behind this Lee Sin. There's a flash kick waiting to end the game, and I love this from Fox, just summoning the Rift Tail, getting very aggressive. Good buffer coming out from Gon.
He's able to distance himself away, force the flash as well from the box, as Box is able to slide on through with a flag and drag through.
Wow.
But so far, nothing secured here for APHRO.
So grabbing that kit, or grabbing all of those trades, they got, oh my god, they have this on vision. They know, heck, APHRO cannot recall here.
Exhaust comes out, Reaper trying to answer on back, but Kamaji is doing so much damage, my goodness. It's just it's not even a Muramana fully stacked, it's just the Monamune and the Sheen.
Yeah.
Tier 2 boots being completed. Enough damage in the tank, as now APHRO find themselves on the back foot.
And with all of this, with APHRO getting caught out there, they did not have time to go for recalls. So it's going to be a turret now falling in advantage again to Superiority. And with a double marksman comp, you have to be so careful around objectives. All of those objectives just instantly melt. They have a ton of team fight damage, but it is about finding those small angles, finding those picks. That's where we talk about the Lee Sin being so impactful. That's where we talk about Varus as well being something like that. So they need to be able to find those picks before fights start. Otherwise, we're going to continue to see a similar pattern where Gon doesn't get picked out, is able to use a lot of the mobility of this Tristana to move around fights, similar to this Ezreal, and becomes very difficult at that point for APHRO to lock any of them down.
They have to really rely on Wissel to find a priority target, as so far just been relegated to trying and dealing with one shot in the top side of the map. Not gone down since then. The damage is going to be huge, but not huge enough as one shot finally finds the 1v1 that they were looking for, and that's going to open up a huge window this Baron.
That's not good if you're on the side of APHRO. This dragon is so important. You are now playing a 4v5. Jax will not be able to join this unless he decides to buy the teleport enchant, but like, you now have lost the top lane matchup. Camille is not going to have a lot of influence. Jax is going to join this. They're going to get the dragon as well here for Superiority. And it feels like now APHRO are just playing from the back foot for the rest of the game.
And I saw a nice little attempt there from Reaper, wanting to look for the steal, and they had the passage for safekeeping. However, Reaper got exploded just upon entry. No chance for a steal either, as the Ocean Dragon does go the way of Superiority. Package being expended by, oh, Dios mío. Athengen almost going down. And that turret also falls.
That's insane. Again, we talked about it already, but these double marksmen are going to continue to run over this game. Now, one shot, we talked about how you were ahead, but man, you cannot overextend. Now I'm getting it. You passed it on to me, man. Woo.
Oh, man. Uh-oh. Well, keep your partner safe and make sure that they don't also get it as well.
He's back in Canada, so we're chilling.
All right. We are chilling then. Good for him. APHRO, being able to nicely pick up this pick on the one shot. I mean, it's a little something. They're still feeling the effects, though, of having to deal with a very fed Ezreal. We had questions about it going into. It's like, oh, how is mid lane Ezreal gonna fare here?
Oh, I still have questions. This game, it's doing well. It's doing great. I still have a lot of questions.
Fair enough.
Okay, I'm not personally. I'll wait for Pierce and Blaziken when they come in as to whether or not we can advise this for the solo queue section of the analyst, but I don't know if we should if we can be pulling Ezreal out. I think this is a little bit of like a, hey, we're in game one, play a little bit some spicy stuff. Blaziken did let us know that this was probably going to be our more exciting game just because of the nature of these two teams, that they're going to actually play real Baron laners, and we're going to get some fun scraps. So far, that has come true. We have gotten a very unique draft from what we have typically seen and what I've typically seen back to past. So I love how aggressive Kamaji is playing, especially when you are this far ahead.
I mean, Kamaji is just firing out these mystic shots one after another, and even if not all of them are connecting, the ones that do just do so much damage. Reaper's already gone, so there's no jungler for the taking or a contest of this Baron. However, APHRO starting to find some of these arrows from Hexaton, making sure that the Baron is just not easily for the taking. Ramita, cuidado. Getting a little too close for comfort there. Thankfully, they are playing Thresh, so a little bit on the take your side, but now the Baron dance has begun. Ludiciel making sure that they can posture off.
This is good. This is really good for APHRO.
Flank as well. Gets the flash down. The Hexa Ultimatum may be able to lock down one target, but the stasises are coming through and buying time. Wissel finally not having enough damage, and Kamaji is able to take them out single-handedly. Great patience for the side of Superiority. Reaper. Oh, will the fight continue here?
What? Okay, if I'm Wissel, I'm like, guys, where are you? Where is my team? I just held down like 4 or 5 members there. That should have been their angle to go for, but now it's a teleport. It is a lot of ultimates being used at this point, and there's nothing for the side of APHRO to be able to get. They can't get the Baron. They can't start up the Dragon. It's not available. There's no mid lane turrets for them to take. They're not even bothering to go and collect these side lanes, which are starting to pile up. Superiority are just playing a better map. They're playing a better team fights right now, and we already talked about, you have more marksmen, you have more important marksmen right now than your opponents. Tengen, not really a big influence on this map. We're still waiting for Hexaton to really kind of put down a lot of that damage, and we don't have Excel on this Camille to be a backline threat. So now who are we looking at? We're kind of like saying, we're kind of putting all of our eyes on this Varus, but Tengen, the longer a fight can go, yes, he can put down damage, but we have just not seen Superiority give them a lot of that angle.
It just seems like they're able to finitely play out the micro interactions so well to a T as well. It's the fact that, as you pointed out, we still had like 4 members locked up and buying so much time, and then just being able to tactfully use all of their resources to deal with the threat. The dragon has spawned. It's an ice dragon. That's a new one for us, as we never had one of those. You know.
Oh, ability haste. Let's go. I'm sure our analysts are very happy about Ocean Drake into Ice Drake of Doom.
Oh, a lot of damage already from Kamaji.
Nice kick.
And jeez. Reaper, nice Dragon's Rage, is able to punt them back out. Kamaji was trying to flash forward, unfortunately got hit by the collision radius of Vox's body. So no real use there. Reaper, ready to go in.
Oh, he stole it!
Yes, he does! And he gets on out as well. Oh, man. Great plays from Reaper.
All right, they grab the steal, but what does it mean? Like, what did you get for this? Cool, you got a little bit of that local gold. You're able to grab that dragon, so now we're going to have elders spawning in a few, but that Baron is ripe and ready for the taking, and you're already seeing it now. They've used the fact that One Shot has been pushing in this Baron lane right now. Tengen doesn't have teleport, but he is pushing in this dragon lane. Might be enough of an incentive to cause Superiority to come back and recall, start to pick up some of these waves, but like it's a nice bit of like reprieve for them. Like, yes, something is going our way. The gold is very even, about 15 to 2,000 gold in favor of Superiority, but the actual execution of the fights, I have to keep giving it over to Superiority. I want to see what APHRO can do. I mean, Reaper has been kind of doing a little bit more on this Lee Sin, but we talked about it with Blaziken. Lee Sin may be fake, in fact.
Man,
it's not our fault. Look, it's not our fault that Lee Sin's fake. Okay, it's not you.
I like Lee Sin.
Well, I like Lee Sin when he's on my team, except when he's useless. Then that champion sucks.
Well, what's the percentage of that happening? As we have APHRO.
Oh!
One shot, and we sell duking on out in the dragon side of the map. But we sell able to dodge out on the last tick of damage and using the XF ultimatum to buy time. Gets the 1v1 trade. Superiority now posturing in the mid lane. Will they look for more damage? It's just the poke war back at it again.
Look at their positioning right now, though. They're on the top side of this mid, and so it allows for them to either move immediately into the Baron lane or just start up this Baron. But now that they've given up control, now that multiple members have backed off into their side of the jungle, you're seeing now APHRO take control of mid priority, then move in, start to clear out vision around this Baron. And that was a huge win for Rizal because of the fact that they were able to find that 1v1 and a really good trade. That opens up so much for them, as I think they might be trying to spend some of those tempo bucks, and they might need to contact the bank for some fraud. Oh god.
And Weespel might have popped the faces just all for naught. The flash as well, but they still get taken out. Dios. Vox is able to find the last one on that. Reaper still alive, so taking a Baron would be very, very scary. If Reaper can find and navigate his way through, he's going to be spotted on vision here. Sonic Wave is going to be the first one, and Kamaji is going to use his life to see if he can keep him off. And
wait a minute, Varus though, Varus and Corki.
He's into the barricade. Can he burn it down? The Kamaji helping him out. Oh, but it is Vox that secures the Baron. Could have been disastrous for the members of Superiority, but they have now the advantage. And Hexaton nowhere to run. The exhaust all for naught. Oh, it's huge for Superiority, and now they even have a dragon to take off the back end.
There's so much travel between the Baron side top dive that didn't work at all, and then into this Baron. I appreciate the Reaper was going for the steal. That's really the only play you have at that moment, but I mean, that was just poorly executed on a few different members, and a great job coming out from Superiority, who have had a kill lead for this entire game, and now have just ballooned this gold advantage to a pretty massive amount at this point. So now that they have the gold advantage, now that they have the Baron, this should open themselves up to play 2-4-1, where we're seeing them kind of float between different lanes. Gon can be on the side lane, Kamaji can be there as well. They just have a lot more damage available to them, and I was worried. Tengen and Hexaton were starting to put down damage, but they really needed to stall out the Baron, keep them in the pit for a little bit longer. Unfortunate the Reaper couldn't find that steal, and now they might be paying the price a minute and a half before that Elder Dragon spawns. And I mean, they've got 30 seconds before the Rift, or before the Baron. I mean, oh, they do have Elder. Oh, this game's Jover, guys. This game's super Jover.
Yeah, it's gonna be so difficult. I mean, it's only a 5,000 gold lead, but man, when you have Baron and Elder on your side, that means every tick of damage is just going to continue pelting into these members of APHRO. And it's not even a 4-1, it's a 1-1-3, making sure that they can get every single turret taken out. But with the Hull Breaker on one-shot side, he can just lay down the pain.
This is so dangerous, right? Like, one shot, like you were talking about, can continue to push. The mid-wave is just going to spawn. The one thing I will say, this is a small bit of reprieve for APHRO, is that these waves are not hitting at the same time. So they can clear the mid-wave, go back to their side lanes here, and try to clear those. And that's where you've seen Kamaji really start to pop off versus Hexaton here. Is we get a fight in the Baron lane.
We still already using the
kick,
but nice kick from Reapers. You already called out the Dragon's Rage found its way through 3 and just in bowling alley lane of the Baron lane. The Superiority roster still making their way through this last inhibitor tower, but it looks like they're only able to find 2 off of the push. Admirable defense from the side of APHRO.
Still 2 inhibitors going down. That is such a dangerous spot to be in. You see right now, they're doing that little group thing. They're moving through mid lane. They're moving through their Baron side jungle. Now, one thing for Superiority, they do need to recall. Gon gets caught. He has Guardian Angel. That's a pick onto Kamaji.
But this Guardian Angel is not going to be... Oh, wait, guys, we can't just leave Gon on the wayside. They were trying to get 2 for 1. Maybe Hexaton locks him out, and they do end up getting both of the carries here for Superiority. It could have been really disastrous if either of them had escaped. Now 12 seconds or 15 seconds before the Baron spawns, members of APHRO have to recall. But I mean, this is a huge tempo play if they can pull this off.
Yeah, they had already been behind. The fact that they were able to find those 2 kills buys them so much time. And you see how early they're trying to cut this mid-wave. They're trying to go for it. They're pinging for it. This is their last attempt to kind of stay relevant in this game. One shot is going to continue to split. Still has teleport. We still not able to join in that same manner.
They have a ward on top of it. Vox is trying to see if he can look for in range. They try to kick him out. Go back in.
No!
Clean from the side of APHRO, doing everything they can to keep Vox out of the pit. They knew he had a GA, so he would be willing to give his life just to make sure that he could secure the Baron away. But APHRO Z3 are holding on to this game for dear life.
A wonderful individual combo there from Reaper, playing alongside Ramita there, getting the stun. You see right there, goes in with the lantern, kicks just to have that stun, that CC duration, is able to then Sonic Wave back into the pit, gets themselves the Baron. Now we need to see what they're able to do with it. It's a minute time, and they still have to deal with super minions in 2 of their lanes. So even with the Baron, it's going to be able to match some of that, but they need to be able to turn this into tangible objectives. So 30 seconds before another Elder Drake spawns, they're trying to grab this mid lane tier 2. They'll be able to succeed in that. Weasel's also pushing down into the Dragon lane. This could be a reversal of what we expected here at Superiority. They were very far ahead, and one of the things we talk about when we have a double marksman comp is you need to have a reliable front line, someone who can buy space and lock down certain members of the opponent so that these marksmen can actually do their job. We haven't quite seen that in a very clean manner coming out from Superiority in the last couple minutes.
Yeah, and it's just, quite frankly, it's because they've been so far ahead, they haven't needed to set up proper battle lines. You get to see Kamaji and Gon, almost to a degree recklessly just leaping forward and doing damage because they just wallet gapped them for the majority of the game. But now we're at a point where APHRO Z3 have climbed their way back up. They have the Baron buff on their side. They're able to use it to at least push out both the mid and bottom waves so they have time to contest this Elder Dragon.
Okay, here we go. Teleports are starting to come in. Wait, he actually canceled it. So our Baron laners are fighting right now, and it's just going to be a 4v5. No package here for APHRO.
5,000 HP. The rest of Superiority trying to whittle down the members of APHRO before they can look for the Elder Dragon. But it looks like they found one onto Ramita. 2,000 HP. Who's going to secure the Elder? It is.
Oh, they got it.
Fox is the hero for Superiority. And without the Elder Dragon buff on their side, APHRO cannot withstand their might. As they all fall, we sell as the last one standing as he answered back on the one shot, but now it's going to be a huge monumental task for Weasel to defend against two members from Superiority with Elder.
Okay, and they also have this Dragon Lane wave as well. It's so dangerous. 15 seconds before Ramita is up. And there's also a teleport that could potentially come in as well. I mean, this should be the end of the game. Weasel makes a one.
But he still has a G.
One more. One more!
Down, and there it is! Superiority clutch it out. Despite the defense from Weasel, it is not enough for APHRO Z3, as Superiority will take game one of the semifinal.
All right. That was really close. Superiority, yeah, I don't know if you really need us to tell you this, but whatever happened in mid-game, that never needs to happen again. That cannot happen, especially if you're going to be going up against Puddi tomorrow. You need to be at the top of your game starting soon. And APHRO, really good finds towards the end. I like that Weasel was able to scale as we got back into that. Hecaton was doing fine for most of the match by themselves. And Reaper, there were some small moments there that I think we only got to see because they're playing such a mobile champion like Lee Sin. I do want to see what happens now as we go into game two. And if we get to see more of these double marksmen, because I think it is an interesting idea. I just don't know how much they've really explored and how much, how experienced they are with this kind of composition.
True. Well, let's get our analysts in to chime in. Blaziken, what's up, bro? What happened?
What happened this game?
Well, look, a lot happened this game, and I'm going to be real. I was talking this matchup, and I think it's delivered so far.
Yeah.
That said, I want to talk about a little bit of an elephant that I may have described earlier. The champion that I called bait, and that is definitely bait. Lee Sin. I think that there were some good moments. Like, that kick at Baron, it looked really nice, but it didn't do much else, honestly. And I think that the value that it provides just isn't the same that somebody like Reaper provided on that Shen, right? When I don't know if a lot of people watched last week, but Reaper on the Shen was just moving around the map.
I was there.
Yeah, you were there. We all know it. But he was just moving around the map, making so many plays in terms of macro, and I don't think he had that same impact on Lee Sin. And so I wasn't a huge fan of it. The other thing that I want to highlight that I know that Pierce will definitely have an opinion on is the double marksman composition. I prefer the Ezreal over things like the Tristana. I don't think the Tristana is that good, and I think the build he went doesn't really help him that much either. But things like Ezreal, Zeri, Kai'Sa, a lot of those two will be played in China. You'll see like a lot of Zeri mid lane with something like a Ziggs bot lane and play like a 2 squishy comp. Something like that's really popular. I wonder what Pierce thinks about our marksmen here though, and where they should be going.
Alright, I was muted again.
Yeah,
we're back though. I got it this time. So if you just go back to the item builds really quick, so a lot of marksmen are actually played in the mid lane now in China with like kind of builds like you're seeing here where they're going Manamune. In China they skip the Triforce, they'll just go like for Corki they'll go Manamune, Liandry's or Manamune, Liandry's Riftmaker, and then like that sort of build for Ezreal will go on like Zeri. Ezreal's not really played, but so you'll see the marksmans in the mid lane, but then you'll see like Varus and like Ziggs in the bot lane, or like a Karma APC, with like an Ornn, potentially. So like that's like kind of my take there. So like the only sort of like double marksman I want to see is if it's a Varus, and he's not really being played as like a marksman per se, an auto attacker. It'll be like a hybrid build, not like a Varus build. Aside from the builds, we had a really close game, and I actually really want to focus on to that that Baron that was taken, the Baron into the Elder, it's like in competitive, that's like absolutely the wrong way to do it. They were close to the Baron, so they felt some sort of pressure to do the Baron instantly. But just taking a reset there, doing Elder and then Baron is always the way to do it, because you saw that they almost lost the game when it
Yes.
seemed like relatively unlosable. That's because they didn't, when they actually got to the base after doing Baron, doing Elder, resetting, then walking down the lanes, getting them pushed out. Once they hit those inhib towers, they had no Baron. And although
Yep.
like in solo queue, you'll feel like Elder is like a more impactful buff because of the team fighting. In competitive, the Baron is what like makes you end the game. So you use the Elder to then get Baron, and then use the Baron to end the game. And you don't get into this uncomfortable spot where like we've got 2 inhibs down, like we just double objective, like we should be able to end, like what do we do, you know, like
Yeah.
so you don't get that stalemate. So you always want to get the Baron second and the Elder Dragon first.
Yeah, Baron's actual combat stats are like not super impressive, and that's where Elder tends to shine. And so being able to just take the Elder first just makes a lot more sense. And
Yeah.
usually if you're able to then start Baron, the enemy team has to respond in some manner, or they just
Exactly.
lose the game anyway. And so you're either going to fight us with Elder, and then we win Baron, and then win the game off of an ace, or
Yep.
we get Baron and win the game anyway. So
Yeah.
I like that we got there. I think we got a really good case of actually seeing that this game.
Mhm.
And I'm looking forward now, because now we're kind of looking at game 2, unless there's something else either you or Blaziken kind of wanted to talk about before we kind of move on and kind of try to look forward into this for either of these guys. Like, is there something I have missed, maybe, of just not watching every single VOD, or is there more to be expected here from these two teams? Blaziken, I'll give this to you.
I'll chime in here because I'm a big APHRO fan. I've been pretty
Okay.
vocal about how I think that they're a very good team in terms of what they're doing. But I think they started out really slow, and I think we sort of saw both teams really kind of warm up into this game a little bit. I think that the early game was really weak from Superiority, and I think that APHRO like didn't take as much advantage as they could have in a lot of the mistakes that were made. You think about like early game, the Karma's kind of mid lane for no reason, gives up 2 plates to the Varus, and the Varus doesn't really get anything with a bunch of that gold. They also have that really bad fight around the first Drake where they kind of force themselves into pit and give over 2 kills and almost the Drake, and it's like, this isn't really what I was expecting from that team. Like, the team's been really good in terms of like macro, and that's where I really want them to focus. The other thing that I'm really going to continue to pay attention to is what top lane matchup do we have, right? Because the third blue ban was towards that Fiora, which, you know, screams to me that they really want this Camille Jax matchup, because you could ban the Camille, the Jax, or the Fiora there, and sort of you get to pick, right? Because you have blue 1 and you can first pick whichever one you think is the best. And I feel like, especially we saw like early game, there were a lot of kills from the Jax onto the Fiora, but once the Camille, or the Jax onto the Camille, they got that big kill. Once they got back into the game, the Camille sort of took over. And I'd like to see, you know, maybe some more strength out of Camille, try to focus on them, get them a little bit more involved early. What about you, Pierce?
Dude, I think this is the same Jackson. He built Last Whisper again, and I really don't like that. So,
I mean,
Why do you
I'm
not
also
like?
gonna,
Why do you not Last Whisper Jax? Give it to us.
like he's almost like half magic damage, and I think like Riftmaker is just a better item on him right now.
I also
So-
want to shout out because Triforce, not a great item either
Yeah.
in terms of what it's doing. I also didn't like the lethal tempo choice.
Oh, he
I feel
lethal
like
tempo.
Grasp
It was bold.
Yeah,
So
lethal
bold.
tempo screams that you're gonna like carry. I think Grasp is more like a consistent rune in terms of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then I didn't get to quite comment on this, but before we head out, like to the next game, like when I talked to Mally about Lee Sin, he's definitely a powerful champion right now. And you know, Reaper was doing a lot on him. He stole 2 of the dragons, right? Both their dragons were basically steals. So like, you know, he has the mechanics to like play a Lee Sin, but you have to do so much on Lee Sin to do things, whereas like the Jarvan in this game, all he has to do is press E twice to do his combo into an R, you know, and then he's like basically as effective or more than the Lee Sin. Like with very little, micro. So like Lee Sin power levels like fine, but there's just so many junglers that you can just do as much on, and you can like not have to worry about things. So it's like, I don't want to see the Lee Sin again, honestly.
Yeah, I
Everybody on the
100%
broadcast
agree.
is calling this champion Woat. God damn it. It's
Yeah, that's
over.
sad because he is strong. He is strong. It's just like,
Mhm.
like I don't know, like Volley or even like Camille. You won't see him competitive in the jungle, but like all these champions, they can do everything he does, but like with way less effort and like honestly less gold too. So it's like,
Yeah, I mean, like
Yeah.
Lee Sin, while ahead, has to like drop like their entire phone and like crack it in half to
Yeah.
literally kill you. And
Yeah,
Jarvan
yeah.
just like headbutts the thing and just gets a double kill for his team. It's true.
yeah, like licking his screen. Like it's seriously one button.
Yeah, real.
Yeah.
See, Mark, this is what I'm trying to tell you. You don't have to play the Zeds. You don't have to play the Lee Sins. You could just play Jarvan. If we're playing PC, you could just play Sejuani every game. It's so
Yeah.
much easier.
No, we can't. No, they're cutting into my fun, which we're going to have to cut into the fun that we are having on the desk right now, as we do have an ad read. Blaziken, service up, brother.
Yeah, I know that, it can be really hard to play Lee Sin. Like, why not just play the easy stuff? And that's what Budget Arcade Podcast does if you're looking for cheap quality games.
good.
It's like, hey, why should I take the Lee Sin route of like browsing through every single Steam collection and like Googling all the Steam sales when I can just take the Jarvan route of listening to a podcast, which is way easier, right? Because finding a quality free-to-play game can be pretty daunting, right? And that's where Budget Arcade
Real.
Podcast is here to help. They've done the work of rating and reviewing the free-to-play games so that you can find your new favorite. Listen wherever you get your podcast. Another massive shout out to our sponsor, Community Gaming, which I believe we have the ad running for right now, hopefully.
Boom.
Insane ad read toss of doom.
I've seen your face around here. Come along, tell me under the table. What do you see? Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night. I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. What brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer. What will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Welcome to the playground.
Moving too fast, life is moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. I mean, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. And you force to oblige to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the nine. Was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants, yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants, sleeping giants. Yeah, shutting it down. Been in the ground and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing, go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 더운 날로 모든 뼈 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants, yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants, yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants, sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You should quit sleeping on mines. You got your back on recline. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants, yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants, yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants, sleeping giants.
Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our Gloria.
to live forever. Bring down the dark regime and know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order.
Bienvenidos, so welcome
Artists.
back, y'all. We've got semifinal número dos, game número dos, where Superiority took game one, and I don't want to say a fully dominant fashion. It was kind of a close game. There was almost a comeback held by APHRO Z3, but the one Elder Dragon fight was all it took to end the game. Finally, so now we are going to be getting ready into our second draft. We had a lot of takeaways from our analysts, Blaziken and Pierce, and as well as Dimitri being able to chime in. But what are some things that you're looking for in this next draft, Alec?
Probably never gonna see double marksman again. I think that was, like I said during the game, I think that was like a cool. We're having fun. Like we're in a game one. Let's try it. It definitely is a very big like confidence boost, and certainly something like, all right, guys, we can actually just probably play a lot of things and maybe get a little bit experimental. We'll see. With APHRO staying on the blue side, I am interested to see what ends up happening in terms of what their priorities are, because we saw Blaziken kind of talk about it a little bit. Same with Pierce of like, what are they going to kind of pick in terms of champions? Like there's a lot of OPs that are available, and especially when you are in a second game of a series, this is typically your time to use your ban phase, especially in the early rotation, to kind of pick out what didn't work or what isn't handleable or manageable by your team, and to just say like, okay, we'll take what we want, we can get rid of all the bad stuff that was kind of maybe weighing us down from the last game, and we can move forward.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, to the despair of Blaziken, we will not get to see the Shen jungle this time around, as that champion is still getting banned. I believe it is too strong and competitive. The Ezreal, though, a lot of respect being paid over to Kamaji, who is peltering up a storm with those mystic shots, and the Ahri ban. Now, this is the first time.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Ahri being taken away. I've seen a couple lists be like Ahri's very strong, but I've only seen a few Ahri games, I think, throughout the Void series, so I'm not going to be able to talk on it too much. And it's also banned, so I don't have to. A lot of focus onto some of that mid mages. I think we had Zoe banned as well in that first rotation of the last game. I could be wrong, but getting rid of some mages. I am interested because we didn't get to see a lot of the engage champions. We obviously talked about how important Jarvan was for Superiority, but Vi was taken away. We also had stuff like the Wukong. I'm actually interested to hear whether or not like Xin Cao is even like playable, because I think during a most recent tournament over in League, we saw Xin Cao actually come back into prevalence, and I was like, okay, this champion could be interesting.
Yeah. A great skirmisher.
Yeah.
I know if we go back to what you and Blaziken were pushing earlier. It's like, Mark, you don't have to play things like the Lee Sin. You can just, get it simply done with something like a Xin Zhao.
Yeah, man.
The straightforward kit.
Lick
don't
your
get me wrong,
screen
man.
and you get a win. I'm telling you, it's free. There's no worries there.
That's got to be a new one. You just like lick your screen, and it's funny how we have face roll for keyboard and mouse, and then for phone, it's just simply tongue lick.
Dude, you're about to get banned off the broadcast. We already had the ram it in. We had the other word I can't say on the broadcast. Are you okay? Do you need Josh to come over and play like a wife's boyfriend or something? Like,
No,
you good?
brother? I am just congested sick. Mark gives less of a fuck. So
Dude, you didn't even use the beep this time. Usually dude, everybody from like Academy was always like, oh my god, is this pre-recorded? Rafa's got the bleep button. You're gonna mess up your void check, bro. You're gonna mess up your Jamco check for no reason.
Oh man. Draft phase has been going on while shenanigans have been happening in the caster booth. A nice little poke composition that is coming into fruition though for APHRO, Ziggs, and Jace making up the core of it, whereas the other side, Superiority answered back with Kaisa and Camille, and a little bit of front line to round off our core for APHRO.
Interesting. Okay, so what we have from APHRO is something that is similar to what we saw in the first game, where first series, I should say, where you are going to have a lot of poke. And so Jason Ziggs are going to be very, very strong. And so we need to see from APHRO is potentially one more tank. And I would actually like to see a pretty high priority on Vi here, because she can play engage as well as kind of being that person that is able to finish off kills. That's something like a Ziggs or a Jace will be able to set up. So for now, for Superiority, I think their focus should be getting rid of assassins and getting rid of champions that can really provide a lot of value for what APHRO has. And actually, I think if you want to try to match range for range, that's something you can do. Otherwise, keep going for more dive. I love the Kaisa, I love the Camille and the Akali. Just want to see maybe something like that Gragas to be able to help them get to that point, get those dives underway.
Yeah. And right now, I would imagine you want to take away champions that can enable those dives even further. Nautilus, already great champion that just enables the initiation so easily. You just hold that ultimate button and then click and drag over and say, oh, I want to knock up this guy. I want to knock up this guy instead. And that will always guarantee at least the initiation being started up. Whereas on the flip side for Superiority, they're trying to take away some jungle picks since they have still not locked in one for APHRO.
So all I'm hearing is that we're also putting Nautilus in the lick screen territory. He is a lick screen gamer.
Yes.
All right. A lot of accessibility. A big part of the phones is that, you have more accessibility than a keyboard and mouse. There are a lot more tools that you can try to use if you're maybe, like impaired in your hands. You can still like play with certain different like implements. Next one up, Rafa. We've got it. We've got the marketing down. You can just lick your screen and you're good to go. Wild Rift, friendly even for pets.
Hey, and look at that. Speaking of screen lickers, Xin Zhao. Boom.
Okay, this champion requires at least a little bit more. Like you have to at least aim. Like you gotta like get the angle right so you can land the second ability.
The aim stuff, we're kind of down. We're downplaying the skill.
Jarvan players don't, for sure. Jarvan players do not have to aim anything. Hey,
No,
I trust. I don't trust those guys to hammer a nail into a wall. Okay, like that's fine. We got some of what I wanted. We're getting potentially the Gragas. I'll hold off as that is being hovered, but the Olaf can act as a I don't want to say an assassin, but in the similar manner where he is just charging through all of your crowd control. Anything you have to stop him, he is running right past it and getting those kills that Jace and Ziggs are setting up. So now we have our front line. Now the response here for the side of Superiority. What is going to be your engage? We wanted to talk about more dive, more of them trying to force the issue up against this team. You need someone who's able to break that front line or potentially stop Alistar and Gragas. I'm interested to see what we get from Superiority, as I think there's a lot of options and maybe some champions I'm not thinking of.
Set. Well, the nice thing about Set is that you can at least punt one frontline member back into the enemy team, and you can also use that health stack against them if they are, buying a lot of HP items, as you do a lot more damage with the showstopper, the more burly and beefy the guys are. But one thing that I do want to point out is how tactful this Jarvan ban was for the side of APHRO. Clearly, as you guys may not see it yet on the draft screen, I'm not sure if the players' names comes up, but we do have a roster swap or a roster substitution. Reaper went from jungle into the mid lane, and they now have Til Patio, who is now coming into the jungle. And if this Olaf pick was something that was premeditated, then clearly they needed to make sure that the one counter that makes Olaf very freaking sad is a Jarvan. Because once you're in the Cataclysm, you can't just baby rage Ragnarok out of the cage. You're just stuck in there forever. But now...
That's why the Ezreal's there, man. So we don't have the jumping over the wall.
True. So, now there's virtually nothing that can stop this Olaf from being able to just run his way through the entire squad and hunt this Kai'Sa down.
Yeah, couple of options that they can try to go for, right? Like, Set can try to get away from Olaf by ulting him during his Ragnarok. It won't pull Olaf over, but it will mean that Set can kind of use it as like a mini jump over a wall or something like that. Yeah, exactly. Similar with the Akali. There are a lot of ways on this Superiority team for them to actually mitigate some of what Olaf wants to do in terms of auto attacking, but we do actually have to see what that execution is going to be. What is this home guards animation?
Oh, that's Pog.
Dude, he's just stanced up. He's Mewtwoing on them for no reason. Bro, he's just floating at them.
Yeah.
It's like Dragon Ball stuff. He's just... Respect. And he's actually staying here for an early gank. Now, we saw this before with the Karma. Oh, that face breaker does not quite land, but there's a lot of strategies you can do with level 1 support because of... Usually, there's not a lot of kill threat in early game, especially for a Ziggs. There's not much there in the early game, especially level 1, level 2.
Yeah. Was not able to find any action. Wait, he's just going to run into Reaper's face. I mean,
he's my goat, man. Look at this.
But look how calm Reaper is playing because he knows that Ramita was there to answer the roam as well. Just headbutts Luciel right back in the face. So they should be able to contest for Prio as Luciel is still on a mission. This really does look like early Wild Rift, and we just had supports roaming right from the get-go and do whatever they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, laning phase doesn't matter. Laning phase takes 2 seconds, and look. 115, 117, 120. All right, cool. Lane phase is over, guys. Great job. Set is disabled to roam. These two are not going to be able to really kill each other. There is a small window for Gone when he does have level 5 to be able to get on top of Ziggs and force a flash. That'll be something that we have to watch out for. But I mean, as long as you have Ziggs, you know he's going to be farming. You know that these two champions are going to get to their item spikes, and why not just try to influence the rest of the map? We talked about how pivotal some of these other members are going to be, especially a Jace. That's something that they're going to want to focus on. And when you have a Camille, you don't want to have to deal with an AP Gragas. You don't want to have someone that's going to be an engage point, something that's going to be able to deal damage and disrupt your backline. Just get these lanes off to a really good start early on. That's why we see so much focus early on.
Yeah. Potential collapse coming in from Hexaton, who was able to get the wave shoved in alongside Til Patio in his back pocket. They were not able to cut off Luciel on his way to rotate back on over, as now there's just a lot of protection trying to help Kamaji get wave control against Reaper and Ramita. But now all 3 members, both jungle, mid, support, all ready to dual action as they take them looking to the face of Vox as Vox is forced to flash away. Thankfully, the Crescent card keeps them also alive.
That's one of the reasons Crescent Guard is so fun to use. There's, especially with how much range, it is forcing APHRO to have to engage, commit to the idea of trying to kill this Xin Sao, and so Vox able to escape, goes back to clearing some of his jungle, and we're not going to see too much action, I imagine, until that Rift Herald starts to spawn. We also have the Mountain Drake here, so it's something that they can try to contest, but now that they all have their ultimates, except for maybe our supports, we are looking at them to really start to get mixy as they get more and more abilities, and items will be nice, but these champions that are in the game right now, a lot of them have very strong base kits, so we want to try to abuse that like we see here. Kamaji, the focus of APHRO here, as Ramita is sitting in mid lane, and I love that we just get our mid support 2v2s. This is definitely something very normal.
Yeah, I think the way that Kamaji popped off in Ezreal, APHRO, they took it personally, and they're really trying to keep him down from being able to pop off in this time. And the nice little alley-oop combo that Reaper and Ramita had, forcing Kamaji's early perfect execution, means that they're now down an assassination pool, and they have less pressure to work with under the scout.
It's always so hard to try to play Akali versus an Alistar, just because Alistar can stand in the middle of your shroud, and then suddenly you're like, ah, I'm getting owned. This sucks. So look at this. They're just taking the mid priority. They're moving it straight on into the Baron lane.
More ownage to be occurred here for Vox, and no flash this time around, as he already burned it in the previous skirmish, and the Crescent Guard is not going to keep him alive this time, because it is first blood for Theo Patio.
And they can go for a dive on this Baron wave. I love that Ramita is trying to stay here, keep them under the turret. However, Lucille has made his way on down, or made his way on up. Looks like Ramita, oh, it's a flash. He's able to get out. But this is a huge win for APHRO if they're able to get away with this. As you already see, Jace is getting alone time in the Dragon lane. Ziggs is doing now, roamed on up or shifted into this mid wave. Got a lot of damage onto Kamaji as well. So a great job from APHRO all around the map. And so far, Superiority have not really been able to catch their breath or find an answer in opposite.
At this point in the game, Alec, both of the objectives have spawned. We're going to see where both teams are going to take their focuses. It is a mountain dragon, so yay. No ice dragon, no ocean dragon. Our analysts who are very excited about this one. Now the Rift Herald looks to be the focus. Who's going to secure it? It is taken out by the Patio, and again, to get out alive, the Ignite is taking him down, but he's able to walk on out, strut ass, baby. And now we got the rest of the fight happening in the Riverside. Weasel is able to make his way out, and they're distancing themselves away as they already found a killing blow on the Kamaji. And no answer or real response really found by the rest of the members of Superiority. Finally, they find one back onto Reaper. The Rift Herald is going to make its crash into the mid lane, and the explosive cast breaks up the fight. They look down onto Lucille. There's an answer back from Gone as he finds one on the Ramita, but man, oh man, APHRO have come to play. They do not want this one to be ended in 2-0. They wanted to go to 3. One shot. Gonna find Weasel though. They overextended, but it still makes it out alive. Oh, it's another banger on our hands.
Okay, well, I mean, Kamaji just he doesn't have the items right now to really be able to influence the rest of these fights, and so we're seeing Superiority just continue to fall. Now, Reaper is here. You are not playing Lee Sin this time. You are not playing jungle. You do not have a smite button. They might try to chase them out from this objective, but you look across the board. I mean, Ziggs loved that fight. No one from the side of Superiority was able to deal with this Ziggs the entire time, and I loved how we got to see kind of the in and out, the weaving of both players and also their abilities here coming out from APHRO that kept Superiority locked in after that Rift Herald play. So now we're going to see it. They've opened up one part of the map. They've gotten this mid-tier 1. I want to see them then use this pressure to open up other sides. Ziggs will never be under threat of kind of losing the mid-shove. He will always, at best, go even now that he's used the ultimate. And I kind of wanted to see what they were going to do on side lanes with the Ziggs being able to help, but all they're doing is using this to allow for Del Patio to move into other sides of the map and reinforce specifically Reaper here.
Yeah. Reaper is kind of putting out some damage at the moment. He may not necessarily have the prettiest score line, but the gold line do not lie. And between him and Hexaton, it's going to be crucial to getting and laying down that poke before those objectives come up. We still have some time to chill before the next round, of dragon. It's just one dragon. I don't know why I was getting excited. I was like, oh
It's
yeah,
it's
second
just
Undertale.
Mountain Dragon, man. Look, okay, we've got Infernal. Wait.
Oh, that's
Okay.
actually augers. Holy.
I know. The analysts will be very happy about this. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking very forward to it.
I like how the analysts are basically taking the role of like the critics from the Muppets. So it's like, oh yes, they will be very pleased this time, and they come in, it's like, nah, still not good. I love our analysts.
They'll have something else. That's that's their job. I love that for them. Okay, we are forcing on this side of the play. We do no damage, guys.
Huge showstopper, though, is able to find one back on the Reaper. Can they get the dive down? Theo being able to swing his axis righteously and justly so. Finds one back on the one shot. And it looks like Vox just might be left for the wolves. The flash away, we still already using the body slam as he tries to dash right back on out. The slow from the audacious charge, but it is the barrel that is going to find the killing blow. And now
They don't know Ramita's here.
Oh, gone.
No.
Just might be gone for this world as Ramita's gonna flash on forward, looking for the stun as well. The axe and the reckless swing from Patio. Goodbye, Gone. You, unfortunately, there's one too many members left in the bush.
Yeah, so about that game 3.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 4,000 gold at 9 minutes. They don't have the dragon objective, but like, just look at the rest of the gold. Like, the gold is just way too heavy. It is in favor of Weasel, so maybe there's something for them to be able to do, but right now they're both misexecuting, and also just like the actual timers that I think Superiority are trying to take are really wrong. Like, there's no interesting flank angles. There's nothing where Kamaji is trying to get into the back line. It is just almost always around this Olaf. And there's nothing for them to deal with this champion unless someone like Gone or One Shot is there with, like the Divine Thunder. That is going to be Ludiciel almost going down. Thank you to the Stone Plate for helping us live. But, I mean, like, Kamaji actually just deals 0 damage in this instant. So, this champion's useless. Jinzhao is very useless at this point. One Shot is getting close to maybe being a real champion because he does have the Divine Thunder, but aside from that, I mean, Weasel could also just go for the solo.
Getting close to that breaking point. Explosive Cash should do enough damage here, but you know what? They're just going to add Reaper into the tower for good measure. Goodbye, One Shot. Goodbye, Baron Tier 1. Vox is here, but, there's not much that he can really do to answer back on this. Now we're staring down the barrel of a 7,000 gold lead for the side of APHRO Z3. And much to Blaziken's prayers, we may just have that game 3 coming our way soon.
I think it's coming. I think the game 3 is on its way.
It's coming.
Express delivery. It is more than certain. Unless we see another Baron into Elder trade, then maybe we can get something spicy. But give me an Elder Drake. They're already far ahead enough at this point from the side of APHRO, but getting an Elder Drake to try to enhance some of those combat capabilities is just gonna feel like a cherry on top. As now they move in, they grab the mid priority. They can go for some resets, as you're already starting to see some of those recalls. The Baron is spawning in 45 seconds. That is something that they can try to go for here, as hey, the Baron will really help with being able to set up the dragon, or setting up the rest of this map. They still have the Ziggs to be able to take down turrets. I'm very sad with what we get our dragons here. I'm definitely calling this Ocean Drake a phone licker. That is the phone licker champion, or a phone licker dragon. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, to flip sides or to flip perspectives here, Patio. This is the new roster substitution they made. They took Reaper off the jungle handle, swapped him mid, and put this new guy in. And he's doing a pretty damn good job so far on the Olaf. He's not involved in this fight quite yet, but he is terrifying to fight up against. One of the few members that is deathless so far, Divine Thunder and Sterix Gage. And this guy is going to be very, very difficult for the members of Superiority to take down.
And not only that, but then you look like, okay, we killed Olaf. It took 3 of us, but we killed Olaf. I pressed the scoreboard screen, and there's still a 3-0 and 5 Gragas that's going to one-shot me. Oh god, there's still this Ziggs that no one has been able to deal with this entire time. So the mid jungle has been doing a fantastic job. We saw how much you know, attention went on in from both sides here, but it has been so far the jungler of the kind of new jungler so far of APHRO really stepping up in this second game, bring home at least a win here for the series. And Lucille, 07 salute, actually able to walk away. I love this set champion so much.
Oh wait, maybe a potential re-engage, and the Ziggs Hexaton is found out by Kamaji, and this could be Ramita also going down, but Kamaji's already used both casts in perfect execution, but they found Reaper on the back end of it. Dil Batio and Wisel were going for the dive of their own, being able to find one shot under the tower. But this is a nice response overall from the side of Superiority.
Ooh, I wonder if they were going to keep chasing to try to see if maybe they would try to stay. Maybe try to slow chase them out. I think for the side of Superiority, they recognize how bad the situation is right now, and so they need to get scrappy. They need to get a little bit cheeky with what they're looking for engages. That showstopper hits the wall. Okay, maybe they find Ramita.
Gonna be close. Not quite.
Oh,
the Void Seeker. Oh, doesn't
okay.
find
The Void Seeker, that one wasn't gonna land, but I swear, I don't know. I love how there's like 2 different Void Seekers in League of Legends PC. Void Seeker has a really dumb hitbox. It's huge. On Wild Rift, I have seen this thing like straight up graze people, and it has done 0. So I feel bad for all the Kai'Sa players. I mean, it's obviously got a really dumb range for how small this map is, but
yeah,
still, I feel bad because there's been a lot of them so far just in this series alone where or in the last series where I was like, that should have hit. That should have been hit, and that should have been a kill, and it just doesn't happen. So I'm really sad about that, but now we've got the Baron spawning, we've got the Dragon spawning in about 1.5 minutes at this point, and gotta be so careful here because this should be APHRO's objective to win the game. However, there are still some tools, a sliver of them still exist here for the side of Superiority. What is this set champion, man?
I don't know how they managed to survive almost every damn time, but man, oh man, it takes almost just about everything. Gargo Stone Plate and using a well-timed Haymaker shield. Still making it out.
Okay. I mean, not much came of that. There was not a lot of summoner spells used in that instance from either side, so kind of a big nothing trade. The fact that Ludiciel has only died once this game feels weird to say. They have come very close. I'm okay with that though, because this walking mode is so cool, man. Just it's like being carried by Mr. Hands from Smash the entire time, but way more chill.
What skin is that? That's one I.
That's like the one that's like has the Z skin, I think. Oh, okay, track me. Dude, he has huge ass biceps. Look at them. That's so
Set
cool.
was already kind of ripped. I mean, that's just like that's just unreal kind of level.
It's really unfair that they just keep letting Set keep pack like that. Like you just keep packing. It's really weird. So for the time being, this is a small moment of reprieve. Any moment that when you're ahead as APHRO that you're not immediately trying to apply pressure onto your opponent is one where you're saying, okay, we're giving this hold up now.
A huge fight. Ludiciel takes a lot of damage once again, but the Stone Plate is able to keep himself alive. Wisel looking in for the bomba. Doesn't find much, but they do isolate Fox away for the rest of the team. Ludiciel gets right back in there.
Good job, Fox.
Regen some of his HP, and Fox is able to survive. Somehow, no one goes down on either team here, but a lot of space has been bought, and this Baron can be easily taken down.
They're going to start this up. No one's in position to really answer this. So, bit of a tough spot now, because now you're going to have Baron. They're going to be able to reset. Okay, Ludiciel actually pulls him out. They got him.
And the Baron
no way.
They have to drop aggro. They don't want to give it up for a 50-50 easily. Somehow Superiority or found a miracle off of Ludiciel, just being able to punt Dil Batio right out of the pit itself. The only death that has been had. Huge damage from Hexaton. Able to finally find Ludiciel, the constant thorn in the side of after Z3.
It's so funny that the exact interaction that I was talking about that was like, hey, Set usually doesn't use the Showmaker because of the fact that like you just don't use the Set ultimate on Olaf because hey, like Olaf just presses Ragnarok and he's pulling no one. But in that instance, Ragnarok was down. He pulls Olaf over the wall, and immediately we see Superiority are able to find that kill, and it stops the Baron. Now, this gold lead is still a huge problem for them to deal with, but they're grabbing turrets, the Elders spawning in 15 seconds, and that will be a much more important objective as we start to look at this game. I don't want to say that this game is quite out of the hands of APHRO because they've done so much work to get to this point, and you look at their items, they should be, you know, the favorites to close out this game and send us to a game 3 in this series. However, so far execution wise, we have been able to see spots of hope here for Superiority, and we look across, Gone is now on 3 items, same thing here for Kamashi. They can get into the back line. That is a huge threat for APHRO to deal with.
And now that Elder is spawned, it's not just a simple, oh, we must go Baron every single time. You have to now take respect to the Elder being alive here. Showstopper right onto Dilbatio as he pops the Ragnarok, but now he might be exposed here. They're looking to try to lock him down here, but we saw he's already popped one. Kamaji into the backline, but he's getting eviscerated by the rest of the damage from APHRO C3. And APHRO quickly dashed away what could have been a bright light and a shining hope from the members of Superiority as they take down Vox through the GA twice in a row. Lunaciel, the last member standing, but I don't know if it's going to be enough for APHRO as they look to just lay down the pain and ram this one in. Yes, I said it out. Yes, I said it, Piers. We're going to game 3, boys.
Okay, well, I was wondering what happened because One Shot just walked into that fight with half HP and died instantly. So, a pretty interesting turn of events and probably a team fight that they're going to have to go back and watch. But that is going to be our second game of the series. And like you were saying, we're headed to a game 3. Loser of that one's going to have to play tomorrow in the 3rd place match up against MohLIEVERS. But anyone could kind of win this one. And I'm glad that this was a series that we could try to end the stream off on because we got hyped on it. We got sold on it by Blaziken and from Pierce. But now I'm interested. I'm fully locked in. I'm ready to go. And I kind of want to see if we get more of Lunaciel on this set because there's a lot of moments where probably shouldn't have died, probably should have died, but got away with it because we're playing a really cool champ.
That's right. And what better way to round off game 2 by hearing the words and sermons from the believer in APHRO themselves, Mr. Blaziken.
Listen, I was feeling really, really good about this game. I was like, APHRO's got it in the bag. And then I heard the dreaded words any fan can hear, which is the casters saying they've got it in the bag. And I was like, oh God, it's over. But
I mean, that game was Jover, man. Like, let's be real. We saw the first 3 kills, and it's like, all right, this game's done. Like, I mean, unless something dumb happens, the game's over.
I know that we just got switched off of it to the damage charts, but Camille had only like what 1,000 gold more than the enemy support, which is not great look. I know that Pierce probably has a lot to talk about, but I kind of want to talk about draft beforehand because I think there was a lot of interesting stuff that came into this draft. And like adjustments that I think were made preemptively that I really liked from APHRO. So first of all, I want to talk about that Ahri ban. I know you guys were like, why did Pro ban Ahri? And so I had the opportunity this morning to go back and watch both of the APHRO games and the Superiority games from last week. And both of the games that Superiority won last week was Ahri on mid. And Ahri was a huge factor in both of those games for just getting picks and stuff like that. So I think that's a very good preemptive ban that I like to see this time. Especially because you want to make sure that Reaper's comfortable coming in after having just played jungle. Might be a little bit weird there. The other thing that I want to highlight is I'm not a huge fan of the set pick. Although it did do a lot, I think into like, it's into the Olaf, who does a lot of true damage. I don't really like it into Gragas or Alistar because they both have knockbacks and CC. And then the final thing that I really want to highlight is I wasn't super sold on the Gragas-Camille matchup. I think that Wissel played it to perfection. Because what you'd see a lot of the times he would do is he'd use the Gragas W, get the empowered auto attack, and then use that to trigger the Camille shield so that she didn't actually get the value out of the MR that her passive provided. That said, I know that Pierce probably has a lot to talk about, so let's hear from him real quick.
Muted. No, let's go, Pierce.
Not the mute.
I'm trying to be good during the broadcast, so
you're good. You're good.
Okay, so yeah, I'm most of all I'm excited that we're gonna get a game 3. I think the first game was wasn't as close. And okay, I'm gonna walk back on my words. It's gone back and forth this series, and I think both teams have shown like with a strong draft, how much they can do. I think it's really cool to see Reaper go from jungle to support and still be so impactful.
Mhm.
I think I would if I was SRT, I would be looking at the jungle pool of Deal here and seeing does he play Olaf, like is that his only champ? Because like usually when you're getting a sub in, they're probably a little more limited in their champ pool than like your regular roster.
Sure.
So that's what I'd definitely be looking at, here for SRT, but APHRO, really great series here so far. I love Ziggs Alistar. It's such a strong bot lane because exactly how you mentioned in game, basically Ramita is able to go over the entire map and the Ziggs will just never lose lane because if he does slightly start to lose the lane, he ults it,
Yep.
so, you oftentimes see Ziggs literally just using his ult at level 5 so he can reset. Just on the mini wave bot lane. I think the set, they were really trying to cook something, but like, on the level 1, or level 0, I'd even say.
Yeah.
But it's Camille, so it's like, you don't really have a ton of kill pressure, so you really need to think about those level 0 cheeses. It's something I really loved forcing on when I used to coach Sentinels, because it can just be so potent when it works. But putting a Kaisa behind can be like equally bad. So going for those plays, you need to think about them. So
This
yeah,
is
I think we have pretty even game 3 ahead of us.
this is gonna be a bit of a nerd alert here. So lane swaps have been super popular in China for a few months now. It started a lot of the time with Senna, where you'd have a Senna support go top lane, and then it actually became a thing where you'd have both your support and your ADC or APC, like if you're playing Ziggs or something, go top lane. And I think that if you're gonna do that, that's like okay. But if you just take the support top lane, what you're really doing is you're putting your carry behind, which is not something you ever want to do. And
Mhm.
like, did it actually have that much of an impact as well? Because like he was there for like what, a minute, then he roamed to mid, and then it's kind of like, well, you could have just been bot lane. I don't think the level 1 was that bad for Camille, so I'm not really a huge fan of how they
Sure.
played it, especially given what's already established within like the meta of how Wild Rift plays.
You need to have set plans for those sort of things. Like
Yeah, that's like the floor of what could happen, where you get
Yeah.
absolutely nothing and you just lose. But the ceiling is also like, I ruined enemy Baron laners' like ability to play the
Mhm.
game, and then if even the roam mid happens, right? Like it's similar to what we saw in game 2 of our first series, where starting has no flash, and if maybe enemy was if Cosmic wasn't playing Swain, maybe we have a different game on our hands, right? Like there's that was like the floor of what happens when a level 1 set walks top lane and gets nothing.
Yeah.
Something that I also kind of want to highlight because I really want to hear Pierce's opinion on this. What did you think of the AD Kaisa? I
Yeah.
kind of like what the build was at least, but I just wasn't a huge fan of AD in general.
Yeah, so like there's an AD Kaisa build, but it's like it's a armor pen build, so it's like Ghostblade, Collector, Essence Reaver, sort of situation, and that's how you should play like AD Kaisa, because you still get crit later on in the build. But like that's what they do in China when they actually play AD. I think IE's actually a pretty bad item in Wild Rift right now. There's like very little reason to build it. It's like your champion has to have like no items that they can build for IE to be relevant, because like it doesn't even give the most AD anymore, so that's one of the biggest thing I'm hesitant on, because the Essence Reaver is a great item, right? We've talked about that in previous broadcasts. So you can't really go wrong with starting with Essence Reaver. But like I said, if I was playing AD Kaisa, and that's what I mostly play nowadays, I actually enjoy it a lot. It's like the Ghostblade Collector, Essence Reaver with Solari. Kind of what I like to look at for the AD build now.
I'm just gonna throw in a quick shout here because I think it's interesting the Olaf build as well.
Yeah,
So what
I
a lot of
noticed that.
Olafs do is they'll go Triforce and then into like Sterix or Death Dance and then finish off. We've seen a few Olafs in China going a really weird build, which I have pulled up on my Twitter that I'm gonna repeat, which is Triforce Static Shiv into like just a collection of
We are
other
cooking.
items. So it's a little bit cope,
Take
but
away
I think
their
it's
license.
interesting to choose where you're going.
Okay. What's the idea behind the static shift? I'm curious while we're here.
So the,
Yeah, you can't just drop burnt food on the plate and just like walk away. This is Hell's Kitchen, but for Wild Rift. You need to explain this dish, dog.
Give me some garnishes, please, because my God.
This
so
food
the
is
idea here
burnt.
is that what a lot of Olafs will do is instead of taking Stone Plate, they take the what's the speed enchant, the one that basically gives you like
Right,
45 move
Glory.
speed.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and so instead of taking that, it allows you to take different enchants. I think the Olaf in this game, this is also like a tier 3 game, so I'm not going to pretend like it's maybe the gospel. But at the same time, Static Shift is interesting because it allows the Olaf to have a bunch of move speed and like a little bit more AoE on auto attacks, which he really enjoys, so that you don't have to use your E as much and maybe take that sort of health damage that you can get away with.
All right. Well, we'll see. Side catches on.
No, Pierce, you can't. You don't get the easy one out of this either. You get to say whether that is garbage or not. So you can
I am very
talk to
hesitant.
him. Let him know.
I mean, if someone's cooking it up, like I get the movement speed, but like the thing I have the most problem with is like just that you have like a useless stat and crit. You know, like that's I think the bigger problem. So because it
Yeah,
is
I
like
think-
a decent, it's a cheap item, very cheap item, but you're still wasting probably, 300, 400 gold on 25% crit.
Oh no, don't get me wrong. Static Shift is god awful. It's not like
Okay,
Beast
okay,
Elite,
all right,
but
okay. Thank God.
I'm
That's
just
what I was
saying
gonna say. God awful as well.
I think there's a lot of cooking to be done, especially around like how you want to play the game. And I think that this Olaf build is one of the like cool ideas that I've seen because I've seen a lot more Olafs go Triforce over Sunder, and I think Sunder fits his kit and what he wants to do really well within this game.
I mean, particularly in this game, he's just trying to be the front line. He has a Ziggs and a Jace that can do all the damage that they. Oh, it's actually AP Gragas as well. So going like this Sunder over Sunder into Amaranth, he just he's a monolith there in the middle. He's immune to CC.
This champion was kind of OP. I agree. My champ was dumb. I hated that champion. I still hate Olaf.
I agree.
Well, I would love to continue this discussion, y'all, but we still got one more game to decide our semifinal victors that will advance into the grind finals and take on Puddi in tomorrow's matchup. We'll be right back after this break, y'all, so make sure you stick around, and we'll see you on the flip side.
Can we bring to fall the giants? 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 forget I'm the best that's done it. Hard on myself, put my heart on the shelf, cause I forget that myself needs loving. 어둠이 가려진 기억 모두 이젠 잊어. Cause I know that I can make it out those days I drop. Sit on the floor, thinking I'll stop, can't take no more. 준비될 때 크게 더 roar. Now it's a battle, but this is a war. I'll show you what I'm made of. Rise to the occasion. Got fears when I face them. Oh, and I'll show you what I'm made of. A heart full of fire, looking at a fighter. 어둠보단 밝음이 더 크잖아. 너의 가치를 너가 잘 알잖아. You know the darker the day, the more you shine. 어둠이 지나 밝은 하루가 babe. You don't have to be afraid. And I'm not cause today I'll show you what I'm made of. Rise to the occasion. Got fears when I face them. And I'll show you a heart full of fire, looking at a fighter. I'll show you what I'm made of. What I'm made of. Yeah. I'll show you what I'm made of. Always on the outside, through a window looking in. Never the right time, so the chance goes by again. Lines begin to show, we feel broken. To move on, we have to drop the pieces we're holding. And no one is perfect. You don't need to be strong every single day. No one really knows along the way that the best things in life can be perfect anyway. Chase the wind again, knowing just what they'll say. Don't care anymore, can't stay still anyway. Lines begin to show, we feel broken. To move on, we have to drop the pieces we're holding. And no one is perfect. You don't need to be strong every single day. No one
You can't hear
that,
it on
Dimitri?
mine. I can't hear it on mine, but yeah.
No, I was doing a big ass drum roll.
I heard that
because
one. Yeah.
It is. Oh, okay. Game 3. It is time. We got the full distance for this last semifinal matchup between Superiority and APHRO Z3. This is it, people. This is the last game of the day where the victor will be advancing to face Puddi in our grand finals for the Void Series.
Ooh.
That's right.
I was very worried after the first game of this series that I was just going to be on here for 4 games and then bounce. But this second series has really shown up in some pretty interesting ways. I think we've obviously had jungle swaps, role positions, a lot different of a kind of look in terms of the matches. And even if you said to yourself as a viewer, you're like, damn, still didn't get all 6 games, whatever, fine. You still have tomorrow. You still have the grand finals, and the 3rd place match will be happening tomorrow. So still a lot of Wild Rift to be played within the next 24 hours.
That's right. And with one draft phase separating us from knowing who will be the opponents of Puddi in that grand finals tomorrow. Let's get right into it. As draft phase has now officially begun, a lot of the things that we pointed out in the previous game also chirped in on the insights from our awesome analyst squad and Blaziken and Pierce. One of the things that they took away from Superiority in the last game was that Ahri. It was very instrumental in Superiority's wins the previous week of the Void Series. We'll see if they look to do it again.
And it's so funny, man. The Ezreal being a permaban at this point is just like all right, come on. I'm wondering if the Jarvan is going to be something that they heavily prioritize this time around for Superiority, as we saw Vox do a really good job. The Zinzao, unfortunately, couldn't find a lot of space or a lot of footing to really get going, and we saw that Olaf was also just a huge pick in general for them. So now for the side of APHRO, like, what are we looking for? Are we going to try and lock in some of our more of our junglers a little bit early on? You are on red side, so the ability to counter pick is always available for you. And for Superiority, what is going to be your first pick? Because we've been talking a lot about how Varus is really cool, how we even saw Gon on the Tristana early on. We talked about how marksman in general, where they're at, the mages. Kai'Sa has been massively one of the most important champions for Dragon Lanes for what feels like forever. And Ziggs, the fact that Ziggs just keeps getting through and no one's even bothering to look at this champion is pretty sad. Maybe, just maybe, Superiority will yoink the little bomb rat away in this first pick. No, it is the Gwen. And this was a ban that APHRO Z3 elected to use in their very first game, and it had kind of gone a way through and no one had looked or batted an eye against it. But now this Gwen, this is a champion that if left unchecked, by the time you get to 2 items, oh boy, this Gwen champion just starts. I mean, unspeakable things will happen on the video game screen. Yes, that is certainly something that can occur. I like the Gragas here. Still really good flex if we are going to be seeing it in the Baron lane yet again, or if this is going to be in the support role. I think it is perfectly fine, especially when we've seen how strong this champion can be. And if you're going into a Gwen, it does worry me a little bit. You can kind of get through some of the early laning phase thanks to the healing and the damage reduction, but as the game goes on and as Gwen gets more items, like you were saying, it becomes very unmanageable. And so far, I think we've gotten a very hot and cold performance from One Shot. In the first game of this series, their Jax was in a bit of an interesting position, getting the solo kill onto Wissel and then eventually being able to be really impactful, but not really finding too much in the early game. And now in game 2, we saw something where One Shot was just absolutely useless on Camille. This guy was not even in the game. He was not in the same not the same lobby as the rest of his team. And so now game 3, it's like, okay, put up or shut up, kind of show off a little bit of like what you can actually do. And with a Varus and Karma, very interested to see what they can actually kind of get out of this, because there is a lot of tools that can be used now to potentially engage or empower or these melee bruisers from the jungle. True. Neither of the junglers have been selected quite yet. As for the side of APHRO Z3, they have returned to
are Zig's Jace Power Core. It's all about poke, it's all about long range, and being able to just lay down the pain from a distance. And the Gragas, as you already called it out, we don't know if it's a flex pick, if it could be going to support for Ramita since their Alistar was taken away this time around, or if it just goes back to Wissel, and Wissel becomes the AP barrel sniper threat that he was in the previous game. And they're already setting up for Del Patio's Olaf to return to the fray if they wanted to, because the Jarvan ban has already happened.
Ooh. And I like this. Now, the Gwen will serve an interesting point just because she can go immune and she can avoid a lot of the damage that a Jason Ziggs would normally be able to put down. Banning the Olaf themselves. Interesting. So now this is a case of, this is not the only thing that they probably play. This is going to be something that they really need to think about. Like, okay, what junglers are going to be able to go for? I think eyes are going to be on that Vi. We talked about it in the last game, but they didn't pick Vi. They picked for Olaf instead, but Vi gives them some more of that engage, especially trying to get into the back line. For the side of Superiority now, we need to see some tanks. We need to see some people that are going to be able to set up some damage. And it's going to have to come from your jungle position at this point because not many of them are available in mid lane. And you look at support, you've got a Karma. You are kind of hurting for someone to stand up in front and really lay down some crowd control.
And they were really determining whether they wanted to go for the Camille or for the Vi, because I imagine that the idea is either of those champions have a point-and-click ultimate that locks down one priority target, and you can easily combo that with both an explosive cast from afar or a mega explosive bomb from afar. But I think with the Vi's being selected, not only you brute force your way through everyone else with just as easily, but this also determines that, hey, we are going to save this as our jungle pick, whereas the Camille, probably not as great of a jungler, and it would have had to go into the hands of Wissel, and also flexing the Gragas away. This allows Wissel to keep the Gragas for himself in this composition.
Interesting. More and more of this draft is unfolding, and I feel like I am very confused. Varus now and Tristana. Tristana should be going over to Gone, and a Varus mid means that they're going to try and match poke for poke. A lot of that range that Varus has always been known for, and if he is going for more of a hybrid or going for AP, then we can start to see him start to rival things like the Jace and the Ziggs. That is some way that you can try to get underneath them if you can't get on top of them, is just fire from a longer range than they can interact with you. Try to outrange these champions. Nautilus has been something that has been banned every single game, and I know you want to talk about the Riven. I think, is this going to be our jungle Riven, or is this going to be top lane Riven?
Yeah, it could either be the jungle Riven or the jungle Gwen, but more than likely, we have seen the Rivens do fairly well. I mean, this, for us, Riven is like a champion that we've seen time and time again flex between jungle and Baron lane since the early days of the Wild Rift scene here in NA. Summer Series and WNS had plenty of very, very strong and potent Riven junglers. If you think about T-Tigers and Tybe, Molly, when he eventually, I mean, even Molly was a great Riven player once he started jungling towards the end of 2022. Trying to think as well, some others. I think Yikes is up there as well, playing Riven, and of course Ledmon when he was still jungling for the side of Immortals. It's a bit of a throwback, and it at least gives you some mobility and skirmishing power and being able to determine where to go. But I think one thing that you pointed out, Dimitri, is that there is not a significant source of true and reliable engage for the side of Superiority going into this matchup.
Yeah, they don't have much. I mean, it is basically just going to be Riven and Varus for your basically for your crowd control. You are almost entirely relying on their team kind of standing still or not wanting to go on you. And I love this, by the way. Del Patio is actually going to be playing mid. They're going to be playing the Jace, and Reaper back to jungle. So I love this. I love when we get to see human flexes as well, like being able to flex different positions. In terms of what it actually means for the game, I think we will have to wait and see, as that is something that kind of changes, and we'll have to see what the tendencies of these players are. Early on in the jungle, there's not many decision trees you can make to really kind of branch out and be a lot different, especially if you want to try and be super efficient. But we're getting some pretty interesting stuff. We're already getting another marksman in the mid lane. Kamaji feeling more than comfortable to try to pick that one up. We'll see what they're actually able to get from this. We see Ludaciel yet again doing another level 1 roam, getting vision on an enemy jungle, which I appreciate as a tactic. But like we were talking about during our break with the analyst, it was, hey, like, you need to think about, do you actually have lethal? And if you don't, what are you trying to get out of this? Is this trying to ascertain a lead for your lane? You are obviously giving up a lot for bottom lane, but similar to what we were talking about for the Ziggs lane last game, Tristana is also a champion that can very easily just farm by herself and also be a champion that's very self-sufficient if we need to be in a side lane. So I'm more than okay with this. They talked about how Kai'Sa definitely needed the resources, and I would tend to agree with how important that champion has appeared in every single game.
Yeah.
But this is definitely an interesting strategy and something that only really so far Superiority have kind of shown off.
Ludaciel is going to finally return to the dragon side of the map. As you already mentioned, the vision they laid down in the red side quadrant of Reaper's jungle at least gives them an idea of where he is passing towards next. They know that's going to be matching Vox's clear, which currently finishing up that blue buff at the moment. Ludaciel roaming back up once again, seeing if maybe Vox can look for a crab or skirmish, but it's already made his way as Wissel just straight up gets the 1v1 kill on the one shot.
Why is Ludaciel here?
Oh, Ludaciel wants to look for it as Vox tries to cut him off, but Wissel is able to bob, dip, and weave out of there. Oh my goodness,
Okay.
he just got away with
All
murder.
right. These karma roams, and specifically what Ludaciel is trying to do, is by being there first, you do open up the rest of your team. I will hold that, as I'm pretty sure this karma should go down.
And unfortunately for Ludaciel, the first to roam is also the first to die, as Ramita is there,
I don't
is
know if we need
waiting
to flash
with
that.
patience, is able to punish, as Kamaji missing out on a lethal blow to Dilbatio.
Dilbatio already had to make the flash, and that's an ult coming out from Reaper, so another kill going over. Finally, Superiority are able to find their first kill of the game, and it comes off of Ramita. But, I mean, right now, it has always been, so far, in the last 2 games, APHRO making the first move, making the first play, trying to be aggressive where they can. And so far, Wissel found their solo advantage and then lived. You see in the mid lane, Dilbatio actually took a reset because he got chunked, comes back, and they're able to find a kill there. So a great job in the early game, and I really wanted to see if Superiority were going to try to match something or try to go for aggressive plays, and doesn't seem like that's it. Hexaton's down 2. There's the flash.
Flash for flash, Hexaton, and gone. Not able to go down quite just yet, as Ramita is going to lock Gon in place for quite some time, but not enough to really threaten any blows, as Reaper is waiting in the wings as Ludaciel, okay, finally able to answer on back, taking advantage of Dilbatio was burning the flash in the previous exchange.
Everyone's collapsing for this dragon play right now, though, so they need to be very careful. Reaper does not have ultimate. Ramita, same thing. So winning the mid matchup for right now, or at least winning it for Kamaji, is great. That's what we expect when your support is roaming like this. When you're trying to get away from the bottom lane, when you're kind of sacking your dragon laner's ability to have agency or farm and try to contest the wave, this is what the kind of level you need to be at. When you're not doing anything, when Ludaciel roams top lane and doesn't find a kill, or roams mid and they're not able to do anything, you're just trading experience, and especially if Dilbatio's by themselves, if Wissel's by themselves, they're getting solo experience, and you're really starting to cut into that as the support. So they need to be looking they need to be looking much more sharp. They need to be very more intentional with these plays. I feel like Ludaciel has the right idea, but the intentions are not quite there, and we're seeing that in the execution.
We got Dragon and Herald coming up in the next 25 seconds as well. Taking a look here at the item spikes. So far, a couple people have finished theirs. Vox with the Black Cleaver, Shield both gone. But it does mean that they have bypassed completing tier 2 boots, which we know that is a huge spike in this era of Wild Rift. And so far, it seems like APHRO the first ones to the punch for this Rift Herald.
Look at how they're setting up right now. Jace pushes in the Baron wave, so it forces Superiority to either come to the Herald or have to match the lanes, and then suddenly you have a numbers advantage. One thing here is we still has not quite moved over, just now making their way onto this top side of the map, and while this is happening, they're keeping control of mid, of Baron, so APHRO are feeling more than comfortable just say like, cool, we'll buy time. It's on you as Superiority to really try to make that play, and because they don't have any crowd control, they don't have something like a Vi or a Jarvan, they cannot pull the trigger, and it is so difficult for them to walk into Fog of War.
Yeah, it's just like what we discussed in draft phase, right? There's no real ways for them to force an engage other than Vox walking up. But if he walks up, then he just gets blown up by the rest of the members of APHRO Z3. So that's a free Rift Herald. That's a free jungler down. And Superiority are now starting to feel the burden of how they compose this draft.
It's so dangerous because usually when you're talking about making a play for one of these major objectives, the point is, hey, we're trading on one side of the map. We're going to grab the Rift Herald, but the enemy is going to get the dragon. It's an Ice Dragon. We already talked about how useless that can be. And not only that, but you've now given the Ziggs team Herald, which this means that the mid-tier one should be going down. Vox tries to find something, gets the flash out of Ramita, as well as the exhaust out of Hexaton. So they'll just be able to revisit this, come back in. We get to see the Ice Drake reform the map. And I had to look this up because I have not seen Ice Drake before today. So I had to make sure that I was up on my knowledge. This is really cool. I love that there's little pockets where you can kind of use like for different movement speed. Obviously, I think we should just get the Hex Tech Dragon at this point. You just get the Hex portals and you can travel around the map. I think it's a much better mobility thing. But this is, I think, more impactful than whatever the hell Cloud Dragon was before.
Yeah. Now, here's my question. Did you ever figure out what do the snowballs do? Because I've hit those things and it just fires a snowball and I don't know what it's supposed to be.
Oh, well, actually, a couple patches ago, they made it so that it doesn't work for noobs. So I'm sorry that you haven't really been able to. The rest of us have been able to experience the snowball. I can't tell you.
Oh,
it's just something that you
right.
either know or you don't. And unfortunately, this is a moment where you don't.
I'll just
sorry.
leave then. My bad.
Yeah.
This stream is not noob friendly, I fear. So it's not a good, safe place for me.
Yeah. There's a lot happening there. There was Del Patio finding the kill onto Gwen, so that side lane pressure that we were talking about potentially being a thing is less so. Gone and, you know, Kamaji, they had a small advantage, but that's really started to dissipate as more and more kills have been found. So now it's 6-2. They're up 6,000 gold at 8 minutes. They got the first dragon. They got the first herald. APHRO are looking more than poised and ready to kind of continue their dominance in this game and potentially start to stamp their mark on the series.
Chain of Corruption goes wide from Kamaji. The rest of the members of APHRO Z3 trying to hammer down this tower. One shot taking a bit of damage to the face from Hexaton with that Mega Inferno Bomb. Now they are getting ready for positioning around this bottom quadrant jungle. There's no dragon to be had for quite some time, but as you already mentioned, it's all about the pressure game, trying to stranglehold the rest of the members of Superiority from being able to play around the safety of these outer structures because they are slowly going to fall.
All right, I looked it up for you. I looked up what the snowball does. So, frozen fruit. Destroying the fruit will throw a projectile in the aimed direction. If an enemy gets hit, they get stunned. It works similarly to Sejuani ult, and the stunned enemy will be invulnerable. That sucks. Yeah, never mind. They're right. This Drake sucks. We get ability haste, and we get like the worst fruit in the universe.
So it's a disengage, basically. You just
kind of. It's a mini. One of our producers saying is like a mini stasis. It's basically like a. But actually, now that I think about it, it's like a way worse Bartle.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. So all right, cool.
I mean, I can understand it if you're running away and you're like, oh god, don't hurt me, and then you hit that thing and boom, like you just you stun them in place.
Now, Mark, for your Lee Sin plays, what this means is you can hit them with the frozen fruit. They're frozen, and then you can walk over, and you don't actually have to press all your buttons this time. You only have to press your first ability.
I don't know. I still might miss my first ability just because of
True. I don't know why I hope they don't add Talia to this game, because then they're gonna add Talia with Ice Dragon, and it's just gonna be like, well, my entire passive is not available to everybody.
Listen. The
Whoa.
day they. Oh, okay. We got Ashton here on the top side of the map. Vox battling his own demons as well as one shot, trying to fight the allegations as well as Vox being able to flash over the wall, will be able to escape thanks to the shield of the Valish. But the rest of the members of APHRO C3 are just imposing their iron will against the members of Superiority, and it doesn't really seem like there's any place that they can hide.
There's not much for them to do, right? Like, there's a Ziggs who's been untouched and is going to be finishing potentially what is a Zhonya's if he really needs it or feels threatened. But I mean, Vox, again, this just comes down to what we were talking about from draft, where there's no reliable crowd control. You are hoping for Chains of Corruption or for Vox to like be like, okay, APHRO, check your PayPal. I need everybody to stand on one corner and we all land our CC at the same time. And that's just never going to happen in 9 out of 10 team fights. So now there's a second dragon going over to APHRO. They can now move all this pressure because they've taken all of the outer tier 1s. They can move this, get vision onto the Baron side of the map, protect for a Baron, which is spawning in 35 seconds, and look to try to finish out this game. I mean, Jace is perfectly fine at this point. That's the clock of this game slowly winding down for the side of APHRO, or for Superiority.
Tick tock on the clock. Baron is spawning in the next 11 seconds as well. At this point, Superiority, they're really relying on some of these items being completed before these big fights do come through. Otherwise, they will not have the strength to be able to combat APHRO Z3. But if they don't get these items online sooner, and they can't even be in the same pit, and then APHRO is just going to take this Baron for free. But right now, they're not in position to do so. Reaper's on the bottom side of the map, so have a little bit of time to reprieve.
Also is on just vision, right? Like, the important part here is how much vision APHRO has in comparison to the side of Superiority. A lot of Superiority's vision is very shallow. It's on their side of the map. It's to protect them from potential re-engages or stuff like this. Good stasis coming out from Vi to be able to avoid.
Oh! That's a lot of damage there, Dimitri. Kamaji completely deleted. Gone, almost deleted. Gonna be but that's huge, though. Hexaton bites the dust from Ludiciel. Good old ultimate transcendence. Able to
but Del Patio is just taking Baron tier 2 turrets. And with Weasel going into the Dragon lane, picking up this wave, this is going to stack and start to slowly push. There's actually 3 waves. I'll hold that now. We got to fight.
I mean, Needle War came out, but you know what's also coming out? All the damage from Del Patio as he just fires a shock blast all over their faces. And the rest of Superiority, oh man, they are just... they are not having a great time right now, as Ramita will find the knock-up of doom. And goodbye, Lucasciel is going to walk back over to the next respawn over the wall.
Oh, never mind, Vox might go.
Barely not be able to find Vox. He's able to flip out over the wall. Explosive cast, punting him, not quite to the rest of the team members, but it's just for the damage as they are taking out the turrets over the stasis.
Okay, guys. All right, now we're showing off.
Oh my goodness. Oh, they are just doing everything just better than the side of Superiority.
14 minutes. It's a 13,000 gold lead. They're going to go start up this Baron. And congratulations to APHRO, APHRO V7 for making it. I say that as Hexaton gets the solo kill. Probably going to go down immediately afterwards. But this game is all but wrapped at this point, right? Like, they have an overwhelming gold lead to the point where they are embarrassing Superiority in their base behind inhibitor turrets.
I wasn't going to say it, but, you know, took the words right out of my mouth. Superiority had a fantastic game 1 in this series, and it was a lot closer and a pretty hell of a banger in game 2. But then APHRO Z3 really kind of knuckled down, and they tightened up the gloves, and they said, all right, we're going in raw this time. We're not leaving any prisoners whatsoever. Superiority had just no room to breathe. 13,000 gold
as I can't keep a straight face. Elder Dragon is about to spawn in the next 25 seconds, or maybe it's not Elder. Maybe it's just the third dragon of the game.
Would you
But
believe
know
that
what?
this APHRO team got 5th in the first qualifier? And they're gonna make it a grand final, potentially. Okay, maybe if Del Patio does this like 10 more times, maybe not. In a row.
Inhibitor tower mid explode. Ramita finds the knockup. Hexaton is already
Okay, it's playable, guys. It's winnable.
And the rest of Superiority are going to try to fight until the very bitter end, despite
It's
the
no
gold
longer
lead, but
winnable.
Now they are getting exploded one after another. Stasis there from Reaper buys some time as they get the alley-whoop uppercut of Doom on the Gon. Yeah, that's all he is. He's gone. Kamaji and Vox and Lucia, what can they do to
this is
defend
bad.
under this
This is
inhibitor
bad.
tower? The Stasis is buying time. They find Ramita, and Weasel might just be left to the wolves here as the rest of the members of APHRO Z3 are making due diligence on the rest of the base, but Hexaton can't really do any more as the inhibitor towers. That's all that he could take. And so the game is prolonged and just maybe Superiority.
No, bro. No, man. Okay, let's see it. Vox, are you him? Are you them? Are you Themity? You got this? Okay. They're gonna try and go for a last minute steal. I mean, look, APHRO are just like us in our league games, which is we just don't like to win. You know, like we just want to try to prolong the game as long as possible, try to put some numbers up on the board. I mean, they're just hunting them down around the jungle. It's 2 kills going over them. It's 7-17. I don't think I need to say much in terms of macro. Like, I trust that our viewers can see that there is a pretty massive and sizable gold lead. This game is Jover, and for APHRO, I think it's impressive, right? Like, they made 5th in the first qualifier, and the fact that they made it, it sucks for Superiority as the only qualifier 2 team to make it to this point, but, like, they played well. I think there was some pretty promising stuff that we got from their first game and from prior series, but just didn't really come to bear this time around for this series, and they'll have another chance. They'll have another chance to impress us tomorrow, both of these teams, regardless of the result.
Last nails in the coffin being hammered in by APHRO Z3 as they make their way through the inhibitor tower easily, and now they just want to brute force down this Nexus tower. Transcendence buys some time. Dilpatio taking a lot of damage. Ramita forced to flash away as well, but Vox is taken out. And the fighting, once again, Superiority, as valiant as it is they're finding members here. Surely there's no way that
No.
APHRO Z3 cannot close this one
There
out.
we
The
go.
Inferno Bomb finds its mark. 4 members gone, and it's just Luciel and the last members of the minion wave being able to hail it down into the Nexus. And ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to APHRO Z3 as they will be taking this semifinal and advancing to the grand finals, where they will be taking on Puddi in our final matchup tomorrow.
That should be a lot of fun, and if we're gonna get some spicy stuff, then I'm expecting for Puddi to put up or shut up at that point. They are again undefeated, and they were waiting in the grand finals as they won the semifinal match before this one. Pretty big shoes to fill, and especially for APHRO, I think there are still some things they do need to kind of shore up. But one last farewell to Superiority, who made it all the way to semifinals. They will end up playing tomorrow in the 3rd place match up against this the team of MohLIEVERS, so make sure you're staying tuned for that. But yeah, I mean, after game 1 it just felt like they got ran over, and then game 2 it felt like no one was there, right? Like the building, the lights were on, no one was inside.
Damn. It's a very...
Yeah, man, I had to watch 18 minutes of that, okay?
well,
they had to go through it, so did we.
Yeah, well, it was I think it was still an attempt. And, what they did, they tried their... I think once the draft gets figured out at that point, after the second game, I mean, it just goes to credit APHRO Z3 of one roster swap, and then it changes the landscape. And the flexibility, as you pointed out, it was something that was also impressive, that once Dilpatio comes in for jungle in game 2 and Reaper goes to mid, and then game 3, it's like, okay, I guess Dilpatio is now still going to be playing jungle. Nope, they swap him back to mid lane. He plays the Jace, and there's no slip and change up in form. Reaper has a monster performance on the Vi as on top of it. So APHRO Z3 going to be, not going to lie, it's going to be a pretty pretty tough matchup against Puddi, but I'm excited to see what they do. And of course, we still have an analyst desk to chime in with to kind of wrap up our thoughts on the overall series as well as this game. So Blaze can, take it away.
Yeah, I know that Pierce probably has a lot that he wants to say about draft and all that stuff, so I'm going to leave that to him. But I really wanted to highlight that Herald fight. I think that was just really, really well played by APHRO Z3. I know it was mentioned by Alp, but they push in the Baron lane. That forces Tristana to go respond. And then what they do is they take advantage of the fact that they have the longer range, and the Ziggs poke allows them to, push them out of the pit, and then they sort of just don't let Superiority ever have that space back. And it's just huge, because then once Superiority is going into them with their draft, it's really hard to do. That said, I wonder what Pierce has to say about this game, because I know that he's probably got some stuff to say.
The number one thing I had on my mind throughout that game was I believe the Gwen was the first kill, and it was a solo kill. And it was first picked. So first picked solo kill is not something I want to see in my draft. I was really hoping it was gonna be something spicy. Maybe One Shot's just having an off day, but that first slot, you would really need to get some juice out of it, and you can't be giving that juice to the enemy team. So that's something I'll look at in draft. I think he played Gragas 2 games. He played against the Camille and against the Gwen. It's a really strong laner that basically can't lose. So if we're trying to win with either Gwen or Camille, they're both scaling champions, but maybe taking a look at our ban phase a little better there, so we can neutralize Wixel or any other Baron lanes in the future. That's definitely something I'd think about. Other than that, the draft, I'm shocked that this is one of the first Nautiluses I've seen all in the past 2 weekends, I think, honestly. Maybe we saw one Nautilus 2 weeks ago. I think Nautilus is the only S tier support. Maybe Alistar is up there too, in competitive at least. So you'll see him banned in the third phase pretty often, right? I think in a lot of our, it's not like he's not in the draft phase, but he slips through that first ban phase, the first pick phase, and then gets banned. But they're able to pick him up here, and he's so overtuned in Wild Rift. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I've watched some Chinese VODs of the Nautilus literally counter jungling level 3. So
Let's go.
yeah, because he just does so much he does so much damage to monsters because he was tuned for the jungle, So really strong champ. Glad that we got to see it, and I think we saw how powerful it was,
Yeah.
Massive style points to Ramita here. I think he really it was quite a support gap this series. I think he really made the way for the rest of his team.
I know that you're talking about support gap here, and although I do agree that Ramita played extremely well, I think there has to be some questions asked about how this Karma was playing this game, because it didn't seem to have a ton of rhyme or reason behind where they were going and why. They start top, they don't stay there for very long. Similar to last game, they kind of roam mid, and I'm just kind of where are you going with this? What's your plan here? Because I just never felt there was some sort of bigger objective that led to anything. Especially given that Gwen was that first kill, Pierce mentioned. It's you didn't really do a lot, especially when you started top. It feels like it was more of a detriment, because both games the Gragas gets the first kill, and you have to ask is that because the Karma was there and maybe soaked up too much XP?
That's what we brought up, right? Hey, I like the idea. I think the idea of trying to go for these roams is perfectly a viable strategy, but you need to be doing it with intent. There needs to be something behind that. Talked about it in the analyst segment for the game before this, and we talked about it during the game. I get why you're doing this. I can understand some of the reasoning, but I think you are just over roaming. There's a certain point where
Sure.
you are just sapping a bunch of resources from your laners and unnecessarily putting one of your potential carries at a disadvantage too much at a certain level. Some people, sometimes you just have to take turns, right? Sometimes the dragon laner has to just go and be the one to clear the wave while we're giving a bunch of resources to our Baron laner. That's okay, but it comes in turns, and for this instance, it was too much of everything, too much of taking everybody trying to take a turn, specifically Ludiciel.
Yeah. Yeah, you got
Go ahead, sorry.
No, you go. Hit him.
I just wanted to interject and really quickly, Zig's damage. Oh my god.
Zig's damage.
Yeah. Very strong champ.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think it's Champs Week, guys, for sure.
You get in a problem with this Varus and Trist situation too on the other side, because like Varus can do similar damage, like especially into so many tanky heroes. But like you need like you don't really want one of your ADCs like bot lane, so you get into like a weird spot where like are we just like helping is the Trist like weak side while the Varus is mid, you know, or is it like, you know, it's really complicated with the double ADCs like we talked about in the first game, you know. So I think avoiding away from that's like really smart. So, and that's just why the Ziggs is so good. He used his ulti on the wave for the first like 10 minutes too. He still does this amount of damage. Crazy.
I do have a question though, Pierce. What insights does your cat have for the match?
Oh yeah, Ricky, what do you think? He was he liked the bright lights. He actually liked the Gwen, you know, more than we did. So at least one shot's got one fan for him, you know, and you know other fans hopefully too. My bad. But yeah, great series. Glad we got the game 3.
Hell yeah.
The only other thing that I kind of want to mention really quick before we sign off, I know that our producer just said to hurry up. I really feel like the game 1 victory sort of messed up how Superiority drafted, because they drafted really hard towards that, and I feel like they kind of needed to move away from that, because a lot of the stuff that worked in that game didn't ever work again.
Yeah.
So you think like maybe it was a case of complacency after game 1? They're like, oh well, you know what, we can do anything, let's just, you know, draft however we want in game 2. And then since, you know, the case of best of 3, you don't get like versus a best of 5, you don't get 2 games to like figure out what went wrong before it's a doomsday scenario with the ultimate game 5 or game 3 match point. It's like, oh, we messed up once, well what happened? Oh well, maybe we could just run it back and see if it worked. Oh, it didn't. Oh well, I guess we lost, guys.
It's also like I don't want to say that game 1 wasn't deserved, but at the same time, was that a convincing game 1 victory? Is that something you're like, yeah, we can replicate that 25-minute game where like if one thing changes, we might lose? That's not what I would go back to, and I don't know about Pierce, but I don't feel like that's something you want to go back to at all.
Took one game, so I'm excited to see them tomorrow, you know, versus MohLIEVERS, and I think we actually have a grand finals, more of a grand finals than we were kind of expecting at the start of the day. I think I'm really excited to see them versus Puddi. So handing off to you guys to close it out.
All right, well, shout out to Blaziken and Pierce for joining us throughout our matches today and providing their insight, and also quick wit and humor as well, and some slams, as we do have the results of our giveaway. So thank you everyone for joining in on the raffle. It is time to reveal who shall be collecting and cashing in on the giveaway today, and it is Yos_Ace has won the $10 from PayPal. So congratulations, thank you so much for participating as well, and shout out to everyone that also entered in the raffle. Maybe next time that you can get a little bit of that cash prize. Make sure Yos_Ace message Jamco Gaming WR on Twitch or through Discord. Either or works, so that they can coordinate how they will get that raffle prize to you. Hello, cat. Hello, Pierce's cat. I don't know if
we've not been able to say hello properly the entire stream, I realized, so needed to get through that.
We can see him in our green room here, so
get owned, noobs.
Just want to give a quick shout out once again. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching the stream in today's semifinal matches. Tomorrow we still have games to be played out, our 3rd place as well as our grand final, so make sure you tune in tomorrow, same time as always, 12 p.m. Pacific time. Until then, peace and have a good night, y'all.
Swipe smacks well till the cops come knocking. Have or have not, being broke is not an option. Time after time when you gotta think for watches. When you the plug in the socket, and the powers that be can't stop it. So obnoxious, borderline toxic. Both sides go to war like a mosh pit. Now let me switch up the optics. Our neighborhoods held us hostage. Some nights we slept in our closets. Gunfights was outside the projects. So you can't blame me for nonsense. I'm here to collect deposits. All else defies the logic. My people need me beside them now.
Time to dig up your grave, make you lower your voice. I told you not to play with the misfit toys. We running this game, getting sick of your noise. You started with a bad bunch of misfit toys.
Don't play with the misfits. Come play with the misfits. Don't play with the misfits. Come and play with the misfits. I told you don't play with the misfits. Must be deaf, dumb, and blind, you a triplet. Don't you make me erase your existence. All by my lonely, need no assistance. Any disrespect gets met with the vengeance. Burn down gossip and hidden agendas. We set the tone for all to remember. You rewrite history, the greatest pretenders. You rewrite history, the greatest pretenders.
Time to dig up your grave, make you lower your voice. I told you not to play with the misfit toys. We running this game, getting sick of your noise. You started with a bad bunch of misfit toys.
Don't play with the misfits. Come play with the misfits.
You started with a bad bunch of misfit toys.
I'm a goddess with a blade. You're about to hear my name ringing in your head, loud, 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 loud. I could take it to the top, and no, you don't wanna stop when I